boy, it's about that time, ain't it? Here, let me turn this up. Alrighty then. Hold up. Why is the gain so low on this? Okay, I turned up my mic a bit. I think this should be good. We'll figure it out in a minute. But yeah, good to see everybody in here. College football has officially begun, and you know that because analysts are already giving the gluck to Alabama. So, yeah, we're back, everybody. Hope you guys are ready. I'm going to start this stream very, very shortly. That's enough. I don't know how loud I am. Can you guys hear me well? I'm going to check on my audio just in case, but I think you guys can hear me well enough. Let me go ahead and get a clear confirmation of that. I'm going to listen to this on my phone real fast. All right, well, yeah, that'll do. That'll do. All right then. Well, good day, everybody. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Saturday. I know most of you are. Imagine all of you are, because today is game day. The first of many upcoming game days, and the first of many live streams, specifically from your boy, Squidtard Sports. So hopefully tonight's going to be a great game, because it's basically the only primetime matchup we have this week, Iowa State and Kansas State. I'll probably be live Thursday because there are some good games being played on that day as well as Friday. And basically, I'll probably end up doing a lot of live streams this upcoming week, so this is the first of many. All right, well, let me go ahead and do this real fast since you guys can't see me yet. You guys are going to love this. Check this out. Bam. In case it wasn't obvious yet, new cam. New camera. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, and I finally did it. Right before, I did it actually yesterday, last night, right before Best Buy closed, I went ahead and bought a new camera. And this one's very, very nice. It runs really well. It runs, it's a 60 FPS, which is new for me, but so chances are I look a little bit better. And it's widescreen, which means I don't have to raise this up and down during streams. Now, of course, this does mean I have to sacrifice the old ceiling fan cam. Yeah, I know. That does suck. That does suck that the ceiling fan is no longer a thing. I mean, it is a thing. It's up there, but I just can't show it on the screen. But in case you guys are wondering what I did with my old camera, no, I did not throw it away. In fact, some people have told me to do this as well, and I figured I might as well do it. This is what I did with the other camera. And if I can get him out of here. Give me a second. Hold on. I'm gonna work some magic here. Trust me. This is gonna be great. Hey, Scooter. Scooter's under the bed. I'm gonna get him out. So, because I want you guys to see what the purpose of this is. Hey, buddy, come here. Ah. Come here, little buddy. Yes, I can still fit under here. Hello, Scooter. Hey, buddy. Come here. Come here, buddy. All right. Can you get up on top of the bed? Go. Scooter. Come here, Scooter. Come on. It's okay, dude. Chill. You're going to make me go all the way under the bed to get you. Go on. Get out from under the bed, dude. There you go. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Now that I've done all that, I want to show you guys the purpose of why I did that. Come here, buddy. On the bed. All right. See, now you can see Scooter. And, of course, he goes right under the bed. Okay, never mind. I was going to show you guys why I did that, because these cats love to hang out on my bed all the time. Bam. This is why. I was going to show you guys the new cat cam I've got of just the bed. But Scooter's very camera shy. I'll see if I can go find the other one. He'll probably chill out. Give me a minute. I'm going to go find Smokey. I found Smokey. And I think he's discovered the camera, because he's staring right at it. Here, let me let up the blinds for him. But yeah, I did all of that to show you guys the new camera. Just the new camera view I've got of the cats. Nothing all that spectacular, but boy, that was a workout. Okay then, well, on to more important things, shall we? Good to see all of you guys in here tonight. Let's see what we got in here. A little bit of a roll call. Viper Technician, Sam Watson. Fiscal 1244, The Goob. Jeremy Johnson. For whatever reason, it's showing specifically the usernames. I don't know why it's showing the full username rather than just what you guys call yourselves on YouTube, but Jameson James Stack Swick. Briar 1997. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Might be something with YouTube. I could just refresh the page and see what happens, but Octavian's here. What's going on, Octavian? Andrew the Textbook. Just Call Me Ender. Even Odd. Lord Trey. Vic Tubes here. What's going on, Vic? Genosis. Bradley Warwick. Yeah, that's all I can see right now. But good to see all you guys in here for tonight. Y'all are great people. We're going to have a great time tonight, hopefully. This is going to be a great game, by the way. I mean, that was obvious. I think everybody sort of understood that, but this is going to be a great game. I'll let you guys vote in the poll real quick. I'm going to shut down the poll probably at noon. The game doesn't start at noon, but I am going to shut it down at that point. So if you haven't voted, I'd recommend doing so immediately. Smokey. We're being butt. Smokey likes to look outside. Indeed, Tardary is back. We are indeed back. This is going to be, again, this is going to be a great game. It's not even that. It's just we're going to be seeing football, and that's why I'm excited. I'm excited because this is going to be a really, really good game between two Big 12 powerhouses. I mean, these are two teams right now that are contending for the Big 12 title, and this win right here will propel them forward to that goal. I mean, these teams have a lot of potential. They're both bringing back two really talented quarterbacks, both bringing back two really good offenses. This could be a shootout. This could also be a defensive brawl, but I'm more leaning towards shootout because Kansas State is down their starting safety, and I expect Iowa State to abuse that. Yeah. The injury bug's affecting a lot of teams lately. I mean, obviously it does. Nobody's ever going to go into any sort of game at full capacity. They're going to be down at least 1 or 2 to 10 to 20 players at some given point in time. That's just the way it goes. But, yeah, no. Both of these teams have really, really talented players. I hope this is going to be a healthy game, a really fun brawl between two Big 12 contenders. There's also some other games going on tonight. I'm not going to be streaming them, but they will be featured on College Football Chaos. Yes, I am doing a Week 0 edition of College Football Chaos, just as I did last year. So, yeah, for those of you wondering that, now you got your answer. But, yeah, Iowa State, Kansas State, that's obviously the game everybody's excited about. Ireland, if Ireland is anything to go off of, hopefully one of these teams doesn't die and fall off the face of the earth and go 2-10. Doubt that's going to happen, but, you know, they're both ranked, heading into Ireland. You never really know what's getting ready to happen. But, yeah, there's some pretty good games on tonight. UNLV is playing Idaho State. Not that anybody cares about that, but UNLV is a G5 contender. It'll be fun to watch them play. Kansas is going to try and rebound after their season last year. They got Fresno State. Can they continue said momentum from what they had last season in the Big 12? Because remember, Kansas sucked at the start of the year. They were like 2-6 or like 2-7 or whatever, and then they just pretty much all they did was just destroy the Big 12 from the inside out because they killed off Colorado, killed off Iowa State. I mean, they killed off everybody except for Arizona State. But then, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if Kansas can continue that momentum against Fresno State, who's, you know, they're not a contender for G5's sake, but they are a team that you got to watch out for if you're Kansas. You know, they're no gimme. So we'll see. We'll keep a lookout on Kansas. Sam Houston and Western Kentucky Conference USA matchup tonight. And that is an interesting game because Western Kentucky is obviously a contender in that conference. Sam Houston had a pretty good year last year. They're bringing back a lot of key pieces. That game is probably as important in the Conference USA as this one we're about to watch is for the Big 12, because whichever team wins that is going to be a big front runner for that conference title. And then finally we end out tonight 7:30, Stanford and Hawaii. Now, for those of you who don't know why this is so funny, well, Stanford has already, you know, gone off and claimed that this is a buffer year because they brought in they brought in Frank Reich for 1 year and 1 year only. They aren't bringing him for any more than that. And I'm still of the belief, and I'm going to stay of the belief, that they're waiting until they can make Andrew Luck their head coach, because that's what I think is going to happen at some due point in time. But yeah, the reason why that's so funny is because Hawaii, this game right here, Hawaii is the favorite. Yes, Hawaii is a 2.5-point favorite at home against Stanford. And they're not a good Hawaii team. You know, this isn't not like a G5 contender. This isn't a Boise State. This isn't even a Fresno State. This is Hawaii we're talking about. It wasn't that long ago Hawaii, you know, like Vandy went in there, a 2-win Vandy went into Hawaii and beat the ever-living hell out of them. So, you know, if Stanford loses that game, then it pretty much confirms all of my beliefs I already had about them. And if they win, then so what? It's Hawaii. You know, there's a lose-lose situation for Stanford, because either everybody laughs at you for losing or they laugh at you because you're claiming you got a good win. You know, hopefully Stanford can pull off the upset tonight. That's all I can really say about that. Anyway, the teams are running out here on the field. Kansas State has already run out. Now they're going to recap Iowa State. And I mean, has Iowa State? I don't think they've ever won a I think they've won the conference like once. I don't recall if Iowa State's ever won a Big 12 title. Hello, Smokey. Hey, Smokey. You gonna tell the people hello, Smokey? You can tell the people hello. Say hi. These cats are very camera shy, which is funny because they love to get in my way at any due point in time. But today, they're very shy today. I wonder why. Oh, shoot, I forgot. Well, one thing. We got to make sure to bring this out. There's going to be a lot of this going on like there is in every other game. The old ref ball noodle. For every time there's a flag call, I'm going to whip that around and wave it around like I'm waving around a towel or something. And then I forgot one more thing. So, because somebody in the Discord told me to do this, and I think it would be really, really funny to add on. Oh, Smokey's playing. Look at this. Hold on. This is exactly why I have this. Asshole. That is not for chewing. Give me that back. Okay. You can have it. For now. Anyway, though, somebody in the Discord told me to do this, and I wanted to make sure I have it on here before the game begins. This won't really apply all that well for this game specifically, but once we get into the Tennessee game slate, this is going to be important. Let's see if I can put that text in the middle. Center alignment. Font selection, that'll do. Yeah, that's fine. This is very important, and it'll show rear its ugly head for sure in the Tennessee games. I know that for a fact. Bam. We have a bubble screen counter. My most favorite play of all time. We have a bubble screen counter for whenever that shows up, so get ready for that. This camera ain't too low, ain't it? No. That's the good news about this whole thing is that I get the widescreen. My face only disappears out of frame if I like walk straight up to the camera, and then you just get the channel mascot. And you can order the shirt actually. In fact, you can order the shirt right now in the Squidtard store, along with a bunch of other select items. Great store. Highly recommend. They fear Iowa. Who fears Iowa? Certainly not Iowa State. I know that for a fact. I just need to...
This is unbelievable.
Uh-oh.
Where'd you get all these chalices?
From bars all over the country.
Really?
Yeah, I'm one state short of all 50.
Where's this advertisement coming from?
You got any cowboy boots?
Of course.
There was an advertisement going on. I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Oh, well. Well, the game's about to begin, everybody. Iowa State's walked off to run onto the field. So has everybody else. So, you best bet I'm ready for what's to come. Look at y'all see. Look at shithead right here, bro. What are you doing? Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, everybody. Well, here we go. Kansas State's gonna kick. Iowa State is set to receive. This is the start of the college football 2025 season, where a lot of hopes and expectations are going to get dashed from this point onward, and everybody on this stream is going to put all of their mental sanity on the minds and athletic ability of a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds. So here we go. Rocco Purdy. We're gonna see Rocco Purdy to start off the game. We'll see if he can live up to his potential. The college football season has officially begun with that kick. 18 wins, the starting quarterback for Rocco Purdy. Third most in school history, which I can assume is behind Brock Purdy. That ESPN scoreboard, that's a nice one. They took a lot after ABC. I know that for a fact. Here we go. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. 3 men in motion moving to the left. Here's Becht. It's going to be a draw play. Run on the outside. Good for maybe 3 yards. Unfortunately, that kills off the streak of Iowa State scoring on the first play in odd even years against Kansas State. Tough luck there. Didn't get the right blocking. Now they cooked with this score bug. 2nd and 7 here from the 27-yard line. A lot of motion up front. 3 receivers out. Handoff up the middle. Now it's going to be a run on the outside. No blockers to cover for him, so he gets maybe a little bit past the 30, and it's going to be about 3rd and 4. Or 3rd and 3. No passes by Purdy yet. Rocco Purdy. I guess this is where we're going to see it happen. Or if they might just run Carson Hansen up the middle. I have no idea what they're getting ready to do here. Here we go. 3rd down and 3. 3 receivers out. Man moving in motion. It's going to be a handoff. It's going to be Becht taking it for himself, and he's got it in a little bit more up to the 40-yard line. 1st down, Cyclones. I would say tropical storms, but until they choke harder than Miami did, they've earned the right to be called the Cyclones or anything above the tropical storms. Here's a handoff. Up the middle to Hansen again. Not much more than maybe a yard or 2. That Kansas State D-line looks strong. I mean, I predicted that to be the case, but man, they're doing some serious work here. 2nd and 6 now. They're going to have to figure out how to shut down this run game, though. It's still really, really early, so we'll see what happens. All right, here goes Purdy. Pass play. He's going to throw. Oh, and it's batted and incomplete. Man had his hands on it, but wasn't able to hold on. Green dropped it. So it's going to be 3rd down and 6. It's a good play by Becht. I mean, he threw that pretty well. Had his man a little high, but still should have been able to catch that. Good defensive play by Kansas State there to make him drop it at least. 3rd and 6. Can they knock him out of here pretty fast? We'll see. 3 receivers out. A little bit of motion up front. Running back in the back. It's going to be another pass play. Here's Becht on the run, and he's taken down immediately. That line completely collapses, and that's the first sack of the season. Kansas State got in there immediately. I mean, the line just instantly crumbled. Specifically on the left side, yeah, no, it completely fell apart. Well, that's going to force them to punt. 4th and 10 for the Cyclones. And that's a pretty good punt right there. Going back all the way to the 10. And he muffs the punt. And it's recovered by Iowa State. He muffs the punt, and Iowa State's got it inside the 15. Oh, good Lord. Well, there goes the first Kansas State. Here goes the first Kansas State drive. Immediately falls apart right before it can even begin. Man muffs the punt inside the 15, and that's going to be Iowa State ball. At 1st and goal, actually, so it was inside the 10. Lol, Lamau even. Oh, no. Fell right through his hands. What was he doing? Yep, here we go. Chaos Conference in full force already. I mean, we're real quick into this, aren't we? We're real quick into this. Where's my sound bites? Do they still work? That works at least. 1st and goal, it's a toss play. No blockers to cover for him, and it's immediately taken down. No gain right there. Yeah, God save the Queen. See if I can adjust the audio a bit here, because I want to be able to play my stingers. That works. Here we go, 2nd and goal from the 9, I believe. Yeah, I guess the pressure was too much for him. That was just, even though that was his first return of the season, the part of the thing is catching the ball. Here's Beck back to throw, and the pressure gets to him instantly, and he's sacked from behind once again. And now it's going to be 3rd and long, probably past the 15-yard line. This is obviously going to be a throw to the end zone. The edge rusher just completely destroyed that man. But when you look at Kansas State's defense, that's the least surprising thing about it. We kind of expected this to be a super defensive matchup. Here we go. 5 receivers out. Bechdal alone in the backfield. Here he goes. From the 20 is a pass play. He's looking down the field, throws to the end zone, and incomplete. But there is a flag on the play. The first of many, probably, and it looks to be PI on the defense. Ay, ay, ay. Yep. Pass interference on Kansas State. That's going to put Iowa State inside the 5, probably. Ay, ay, ay. You cannot be doing that. Lot of mental errors already. We kind of expected that from Chaos Conference, but it is what it is. Yep, inside the 5 here on 1st and goal. 3 yards to go. It's a run up the middle, and he tries to push his way. Won't get there. Hansen was close, but not close enough. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 1. Sees one penalty and starts calling it ref ball. I didn't say that. I just said there was a flag. Oh no! Oh, it was an option play and he fumbled. It was an option play. Oh my goodness! Here we go. Chaos Conference in full force. It was an option play. Threw it past the line, but he dropped it, and of course that counts as a fumble. So guess what? It's Kansas State ball. Oh no. That was one of the worst pitches. What was that? What was that play call? I don't understand that. You're at the 1. You just got 2 yards off of 1 run. Just run the ball again. What are you doing? That was probably the worst goal line play I've seen since Texas ran a halfback toss against Ohio State last year. What was that? What was that, Smokey? Okay, yeah. He's very camera shy today, so I'll let him out. Alright. Bye-bye, buddy. I bet he's gonna want back in. But yeah, two back-to-back fumbles. Kansas State, man, muffs the punt return, and then now we got Iowa State with probably the worst pitch I've ever seen in my life, which gives Kansas State the ball at the goal line. At least they didn't throw the ball like Seattle. They would have been better doing that. Put your tight end out there or something. Put your tight end over by the corner. You don't just because you throw the ball doesn't mean you have to throw it directly over the middle at the 1. But I just don't understand that. Just send Carson Hansen straight through the middle. I know you're here from a Tennessee fan, and all we know how to do is run the ball up the middle. But that seems like the easiest solution. You just got 2 yards out of running it already. It's second down. If you don't make it, you've got another chance, and then another chance after that if you go for it on fourth down. Obviously, I feel like if the pitch was performed better, that probably would. I mean, the worst that could have happened was a loss, and then it would have been third and whatever. But that was just a stupid thing to do right there. Yeah, no. This one would have happened in the SEC, I bet.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Is it rain? Yeah, it's raining over there, ain't it? Oh my goodness. That just makes it worse. And that's what that came down to. The man obviously dropped it. The Kansas State returner, it just went through his hands. Like he didn't even attempt to catch it. But no, that's what that was. That was just a dumb move. Terrible play calling right there by Iowa State. I don't know if that was Matt Campbell or if that was somebody else, but that was awful. They're starting things off the bat. They kept the commercial break going too long and skipped one of the plays, and it looked to be a run up the middle for Kansas State. Good for maybe 3 yards. Where'd you get your beverage? Chick-fil-A. That is my go-to location. Trust me. Everybody in here knows that that's where I go pretty much every day. 2nd and 8 here for Kansas State at the 9-yard line. It's going to be another run straight up the middle and completely shut down by the Iowa State D-line. Not much more than a yard gained right there, and it's going to be 3rd and 7. By the way, this is funny. Rocco Becht he's thrown 1 pass. He's 0 for 1 of negative 11 yards. That's his stats right now. Rocco Becht 0 for 1, negative 11 yards. That is the most Big 12-ass stat I've ever seen in my life. 3rd and 7 here.
Oh, wow!
Oh, wow, indeed. Here we go. 3rd and 7 from the 10-yard line. 3 receivers out. Avery Johnson all alone in the pocket. Throws. And that would have been a first down if he had caught it, but it's incomplete. And so they're going to be forced to punt. It's an instant 3 and out for the Kansas State offense. Right through his hands. What happened to catching the ball? Wildcat Nation, what happened to catching the ball? Your returners can't catch, now your receivers can't catch. Somebody got to learn to catch the damn ball. And that's what it didn't even touch his hands. So you can't blame the rain on that one. You can't be like Ohio State fans and blame the weather. Here's the punt from inside the end zone. Good punt taken from around the 45, and he takes the fair catch. And Iowa State will be in pretty good field position to start this next drive. But considering how lackluster the offenses have been for this entire game so far, I don't even know if they'll find a way to do it. Oh, Bates with the $2 super chat. Much appreciated, man. Thank you very much for doing that, good sir. Remind me to keep track of all the bubble screens that are thrown today. Again, it doesn't matter nearly as much for us, it doesn't matter nearly as much for these two teams as it is for Tennessee, but it's always funny to keep track of that, and it'll be really, really fun to keep track of that once the season actually begins for us. Yeah, this is one of the football games of all time. It's like pissing rain right now. Coach, what we should do? I don't know. A toss play sounds neat. Well, that was a pitch. A toss play would have been, he would have thrown it outside of the line of scrimmage or inside. But no, he threw it way outside. That was more of a pitch than anything else. Which, again, still incredibly stupid to do in that position. I don't know why you do that. This is peak Big 12 shithousery. Yeah, no, I mean, this is what we wanted, right? College football's back. And both of these teams are already screwing each other up. So, yeah, this is college football right here, fellas. It's still smoky from the fireworks. It doesn't rain in Big 12 country. Well, this ain't Big 12 country. This is Ireland. This is Ireland. The old Ireland exhibition. Did you know that Tennessee plays Syracuse in Atlanta, Georgia? I wish I had a body of water to use right now so I could feel it and tell you that's wet. Here, the game's still tied, so it doesn't. I forgot to end this, but the game was still tied, so it doesn't matter. Looks like most people voted for Iowa State to get the win over Kansas State tonight. I think I don't know. I don't even remember what I voted on the FBS report. I think I probably said Iowa State because I do. I think Iowa State's a really, really good team. They got a great defensive front. If Rocco Beck can figure out, if they can figure out decent offensive play calling, the sky's the limit for Iowa State. I don't know why they haven't. I expect to see it on this drive, but I don't know why they haven't started trying abusing the safety, the backfield, specifically the secondary. Because I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but Kansas State is down their starting safety. Now I'm sure what they've got in the backfield is, it's fine, but I expect to see some deep shots pretty soon. Makes me feel bad for Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's got the same problem. They just lost their starting safety because they kicked them off the team. But the problem is they don't have anybody else back there. I mean, their safety room and their secondary is the Saharan Desert. There's nothing there. So, yeah, it's going to be real tough for them to figure out how to recover from that. Nice little stiff arm right there by Hansen to get at least past the line of scrimmage. Good for about 1 yard. Be 2nd and 9 coming up for the Cyclones. Oh, yeah, that jet lag will get you. I'm sure the Barstool accounts and pretty much everybody knows a little bit better now. But it would be funny to see one of these accounts, whichever one loses, to come out and say that it's the jet lag's fault that they dare lose this game. As if the other team didn't go through the same thing. Quick pitch, quick little pass play right there to Ovembe by Mr. Rocco Purdy. I don't know if I'm deciding between Rocco Becht and Rocco Purdy. I'm kind of switching between the two. So, you expect to hear both throughout this entire stream. 3rd down and 3 now for Iowa State. Going to try and continue the drive here, obviously. Yeah, try not to fumble it. That's important, too. Both teams have already got a turnover, and we're not even halfway through the first quarter. 3rd down and 3. 4 receivers out. Man moving in motion. Looks like the tight end going over to the right. Here's Purdy about to pass. Looking down the field, and a slant route over the middle. Incomplete. Receiver tripped on himself, and it's 4th down and 3, and they're going to punt again. That was bad. I know, it's really, really early, so you can't really, there really isn't too much to go off of, but Rocco Purdy just looks lost. Avery Johnson doesn't look much better either, but that play looked like he was just trying to get the ball out. You can probably contribute that to the D-line for Kansas State. I'm sure he's probably rattled after the first 2 sacks he's taken. And, all right, the returner recovers it this time. He doesn't instantly fumble it, so Kansas State's probably going to start from the 20. Boy, this is going to be a defensive game, it looks like, because neither of these two teams can do much of anything. At least right now, both of these two teams are just shutting each other down. Final score of this game will be 2-0. Probably. If there's anybody you can count on to fumble the ball and throw it behind the end zone, it would be one of these two squads. All right, here we go. Man in motion. And Johnson in the backfield. He's going to pass. Looking. He's going to throw to the outside. Batted at the line. And looks to be incomplete. It was caught by the lineman. So, I guess, is that just an incomplete pass? Yeah, it was batted at the line, caught by one of the Kansas State offensive linemen, and I guess they're just going to count it as a complete pass. In any other scenario, that'd be a flag, but not much you can do about that. Here's a run on the outside, up the middle, and oh my goodness, completely destroyed. Jackson sent flying back. I don't know why they have Jackson in there. You got Dylan Edwards in the backfield. Use him. So it's gonna be 3rd and 1 million. Now they're going to have to send Dylan Edwards downfield. That's what you should do. Dylan Edwards is as good as a receiver as he is a runner. I would abuse him if I were you. Not literally, but you get the idea. So here we go, 3rd down and 13. Man in motion, and it's going to be a handoff up the middle to Edwards. And he gets a little bit of yardage, but not much more than 5. So it's going to be yet another punt for Iowa State's defense. Why do we send Ireland these trash teams? Brother, both of these teams are ranked. These are 2 Big 12 contenders right here with 2 really good defenses. That's... I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. What's your definition of garbage teams? Is it any team not in the top 10? So here we go. This is a short punt. It's going inside the 50, and it's going to be recovered around the 49. So Iowa State is going to be in positive field territory to start out this next drive. Let's see how they punt this time. Good grief, yeah.
God save the Queen!
Best receiver so far is an O-lineman. Well, he's the only one that's caught it. That's funny. It was a batted pass, and so far he's the only one that's actually caught a pass. I mean, this is bad. To give you guys a stat update, here you go. Rocco Becht, 1 for 3 for 6 yards. Avery Johnson, 1 for 2 for -3 yards. Yeah. That pass play would have been better off being incomplete because it was just a loss of 2. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, they haven't used Dylan Edwards once, by the way. The only thing... Even Dylan Edwards is playing like shit tonight because the only thing he's done is fumble the ball. He was the man on the return. Insanity. I'll be watching both, Bradley. I'm going to have both games on. I'll have all the noon games on. I'm for sure, no matter what, I'm going to be streaming the Tennessee-Syracuse game. I'll be doing the play-by-play reaction to that as well. So I will be live this exact same time next Saturday. And I'll have the Ohio State-Texas game on here. I'll have that as well as all the other noon games. I'll have all of those on here as well. Marginal chance I stream earlier and then after that too because I plan on streaming for the Colorado-Georgia Tech game on Friday. And then I would like to stream on Thursday for the Nebraska-Cincinnati game. But first of all, my sister she has to get up early for school, and I don't want to wake her up by yelling like a dumbass over Cincinnati and Nebraska. So more than likely, I'll probably be streaming at noon for that day too. Actually, I don't even think if I can. When does that game start? I'm thinking of Boise State and South Florida. Let me check that out because I'm actually curious. Because if that's a noon game, then that sucks because I can't stream it. Okay, cool. Never mind. I should be able to stream it. It starts at 5:30. Because I'm thinking about streaming that one as well. Boise State versus South Florida. My boy Alex Golish with what should be a pretty good offense going up against a top 25 Boise State team without Genty Ball. So that's going to be interesting. So I'm looking forward to streaming that. In favor of killing the offense. What offense exactly? Yeah, there ain't no offense. Will you stream LSU Clemson? Probably. Yeah. That game's on a Monday, right? Or it's on a Sunday. Either way, that's important. That's important to know. And I'm sure it starts at some ridiculous time at night. Oh, wait, I forgot. No, LSU Clemson. I thought it... No, I can't stream that one then. I didn't realize. I thought it was at night. I might stream it. I don't know.
Oh, wow!
Super Nuclear with the $2 super chat says Lardaria. If you want to know what lard looks like, go check out Kentucky when they lose to Toledo. That's what lard's going to look like. I will probably be streaming one of the Sunday games, though. Probably not TCU, North Carolina. That one's really late. But I'll probably be streaming for Notre Dame, Miami. Because that should be a great game. And yes, I'll be streaming for every Tennessee game. So, I didn't do that last year, but I'm going to do it this year. Here we go. Iowa State starting from positive field. It's going to be another run up the middle by Hansen. Nothing more than maybe a yard. 2nd and 9 coming up. Yeah, TCU, North Carolina. I know that's on Monday, but it's at 8 o'clock. It's going to be too late for me. I won't be able to stream it. 2nd down and 8 here. Lined up in a bunch formation. Here's Beck back to throw. Looking for a man downfield. He's going to throw on the outside. On the sideline. Good for a first down and a little bit more. Nice little pass play right there to Burkle. And it's going to be first down for the Cyclones. We finally have some offensive momentum, and that was a pretty good throw. Pretty good throw by Beck. They seem to just be testing the secondary right now, and I guess that's what they should be doing. You know, it's really, really early in this game. Nobody can get anything figured out, at least now Beck is starting to get himself figured out. Slant over the middle, good for another first down. Oh, hi, Scooter. Scooter's here. Hey, buddy. He's also camera shy. I was gonna try and pronounce that receiver's name, but I'm just gonna call him Eskimo or something. 3 receivers out. Here on 1st and 10, almost inside the red zone. Kansas State bringing a blitz. Good protection up front by the line. Throws to the end zone and touchdown, Iowa State. There's your first score of the night. Perfectly thrown pass play by Beck to Dominic Overby, and we've got our first score of the night. Great protection up front by the line. Kansas State brought the blitz. It was a one-on-one formation, and Overby just completely beat his man. Great throw by Beck, and Iowa State looks to have finally found something. We have a score. Unfortunately, I don't have a score bite to play, but I can play this.
How do you do it? Impossible!
Quite literally impossible. But Cyclones are the first score of the day. Perfectly thrown pass to Overby. And if they keep that up, Iowa State could take control. It'll be up to Kansas State to find out a response here as we go through onto their next drive. 3:26 left in the first quarter, so we'll see if they can maybe get something going on with these last 3 minutes of the first quarter. Wow, that was great protection by the line. The running back Hansen came in there and made an elite block. Because they almost got to him. But Hansen came in right before he was able to get to him. And that was a perfectly thrown pass. Where is this advertisement coming from? Is it the score bug?
Superior smooth taste, worth playing. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer.
I wish I could figure out where that advertisement's coming from because I keep getting ads from the realm of nowhere. I'm gonna figure out where that's from, and I'm gonna try to get rid of that. I don't know why that keeps showing up. That's weird. Oh well. Don't fumble this return. They're not even gonna try it. The kick goes out of bounds, which of course. That's a flag right there. Touchdown Pop-Tart champions. Because that's what they are. That's the important thing for Iowa State. Forget whatever you think of them this year for the Big 12. The fact that they're the Pop-Tart champions this year, that's something to be proud of. I'm kind of scared of these D-lines as a Buffs fan who hasn't seen a competent O-line in years. Your offensive line should be improved this year. If not that, then you've got a quarterback who can run around like Shedeur Sanders. I'm really high on Kaden Salter this year. But yeah, you're not wrong. I feel like the O-line, even if it is improved, it could be a problem. Here's some trickery right here, and he's got a lane. This is a big run right here by Kansas State. Whipped out the triple option right there and got it to Brown, and it's going to be a first down, a whole lot more. Brought out the Wildcat on him. Fooled everybody else, including their own team apparently, because they just went out and they just caused a false start. That's the threat of Avery Johnson, man. Like, you know, Rocco Beck can throw the ball anywhere you ask him to, but Avery Johnson has the dual threat, and he can run faster than most running backs. So it's scary. He's a scary force when the offense is moving. So here we go. 1st and 15 now, inside the 40 in Iowa State territory. Looks like Iowa State might be bringing a blitz here. Yes, they are. They're going to throw a little pitch play, incomplete, and it's going to be 2nd and 15. Your Buffs breakdown was, I think, the most accurate. Everyone else is way too down on Kydon Salt. Yeah, everybody acts like, you know, since they lost Shador, that whichever quarterback they bring in is going to be an automatic downgrade for sure. But Salter's not bad. He's not. I'm not going to act like he's elite or even, you know, I don't even think he's better than Shador Sanders, but he's good. And knowing Dion and the way his offense runs, he's going to get a lot of yards this year. Here's an outside run. Got some blockers in front. Good little run right there. Good for about 7. Maybe pushes them closer to the 25. I expect a pass play here, though, on 3rd down. Kansas State has some speed even without Dylan Edwards. Yeah, and I'm really surprised they haven't used him for that yet. But that triple option right there, if they keep that up, it could be a long day for the Iowa State defense. Because they've got a lot of fast guys there. Not just Dylan Edwards, but Avery Johnson, too. Here he goes back to pass. You know it's going to be up the middle. Gives it off to Joe Jackson, and he's short by about a yard. Or at least, I don't know, they might want to look at that. I guess they won't bother, but it's going to be 4th and 1. And as you would expect, Kansas State's putting their balls out there. They're going for it. I hope at this new ESPN score graphic, they aren't going to put up like the analytics, like the chances of this being successful, all that stupid crap. I'm glad they dropped the analytics. I don't see it anywhere. But yeah, as you would expect, they're putting the balls on the floor. Chris Kleeman is going for this. Boy, that is a elite slate right there. A lot of great games coming on this upcoming week. Yeah, as I said, I'm going to be live for Syracuse, Tennessee. But there's some really good games coming afterwards. Bama, Florida State's going to be on at 3:30. You get to watch another execution of Florida State. And then LSU, Clemson. I picked Clemson to win, but I don't think that's going to be a blowout. I don't think LSU is getting blown out or anything like that. But I do think Clemson's going to win that game. Boy, the clouds are looking a little menacing. Would not be surprised if we see a weather delay. It would be fitting for the Big 12, I'll say that much. Here we go, 4th and 1. Lined up everybody in the I formation. This is going to be a handoff up the middle. Uses power ball, and he's got it. Nothing like some good old man ball to get you forward, and that's exactly what they do. Joe Jackson pushes them to about the 15, it looks like. I swear to God. Where is that coming from? It might be the score bug.
A large touchscreen keeps everyone happy. The Subaru Crosstrek. Dog tested, dog approved.
It was the score bug. Let me reinstate it. Oh, fumbled, but he does get it off. He fumbled the snap. I don't understand. Why is the... Let me see if I can remove the audio on this.
Was the moment they walked away from it. And that's why our family...
Yeah, so it was. It's the score bug I have on the screen. For whatever reason, the audio from it is playing directly through OBS. I don't know how in the world that's happening, but I'm going to see if I can fix that. How does that even happen? Here's Avery Johnson up the middle, not able to stay on his feet. He gets tackled by his foot, but he does trip up and gain about maybe 7 yards. So here's the problem. For whatever reason, let me see if I can. Okay, attach the browser. Yeah, see, because every time I turn it back on, the stupid...
The moment I loved it.
Shut up. Shut up. For whatever reason, every time I put the score bug on the screen, it starts playing that stupid trailer or whatever it is. So how do I now I just got to figure out how to mute that. All right. I'm gonna do a little bit of research here during our break, because thankfully it is on a commercial break. Yeah, I don't know why that's playing. That's so weird.
You don't have to be a VIP to get more than just savings with Geico. Every customer gets 24/7.
It instantly starts playing. Shut up. Shut up. I refresh the page and it just instantly starts playing another trailer. Why is it doing that?
Our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it. And that's why our family will only drive us.
Yeah, no, I don't give a shit about no Subaru. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but see, the thing is about this browser, it doesn't play by the rules. You can't just, because the score bug, I put it directly through here. I put it directly through OBS. It doesn't play by those rules. So even if you mute ESPN, you know, directly through the website, that doesn't work on here. You got to mute it another way. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because it's not going to play. It's not going to play by the rules. All right, control audio via OBS. Let's see if this will work. There's the score bug.
Wow, this is unbelievable.
Check those out.
Where'd you get all these chalices?
From bars all over the country.
Really?
Sorry
I'm
about
one
that,
state
everybody.
short of
For
all
whatever
50.
reason, yeah.
You want to go to Wyoming?
It was the score bug that I had on the screen right
You got
here.
any cowboy boots?
Every time I would have it on the screen, it would instantly start playing in, like one of those commercials you get on ESPN. And, you know, they're embedded into ESPN, so it's not like you can just go through and shut them down. I had to shut down the audio directly through OBS, so thankfully that I did do that, and we seem to be running just fine now. All right, cool. Wouldn't it be a Squidtard stream if that's some sort of technology going wrong? Since my camera can't freeze anymore, that's the best thing that had to happen. Speaking of which, I wanted to show you guys, in case you just got here, what I've got going on with my new. Well, this is my new camera, the one you're seeing right now. But the old one that I had, I'm using it for another purpose. That one, the cat cam. Little Scooter's taking a nap. So cute. Little Scooter's taking a nap. It's been a long day of doing absolutely nothing for Scooter. So imagine ending the stream. Who on earth would do that? Yeah, I know, especially when somebody else is running it. Oh, wow! John Vaughters, appreciate the $5 super chat. Says, why can't we go for 5 after a touchdown? Well, you went for 5 with the super chat. So, I don't know. I don't really know what kind of angle you're trying to go with that. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the donation, buddy. Here we go. 3rd and 4, Avery Johnson. A total of -3 yards. 3 receivers to the left. It's going to be a run for Johnson, who's got some space up the middle, and he's got to score. There you go. Kansas State's on the board after a 10-yard rushing touchdown by Avery Johnson. And with an extra point, they're going to tie up this ball game. Looks like we finally got some action after a long-awaited first quarter of absolutely nothing. Great drive overall there by Kansas State. And see, this is the thing about Kansas State that's going to absolutely drive Iowa State's defensive coordinator insane. They're going to be dealing with that the entire game. They don't know who's going to take off, whether it's going to be Dylan Edwards or Avery Johnson or somebody like that. And now that I've got it fresh in my mind, I'm pretty sure I did pick Kansas State to win this ball game for that reason right there. Because Avery Johnson is just such a threat, whether it's the passing or the running plays. Kansas State is always going to be a contender with him in the backfield. And yeah, that was just an absolutely dominant run right there by Mr. Avery Johnson. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't set up many new soundboards right before the stream began because I was doing so much else, but I did get 2 new ones in store. This one I can't even use for this stream, but it is pretty funny. Yeah, that was for, you can guess who that's for. And then I've got this one.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
I found that one during, because I was trying to find the welcome to the current year stinger. and instead I found that, which might be just as good. Yeah, no, Kansas State's always going to be a contender as long as Avery Johnson stays healthy. Dude is an absolute monster, and if it's not him, then it's Dylan Edwards. If you just remove that part from your mind where he fumbled that kick return, then, you know, the sky's the limit for Kansas State and Dylan Edwards. Anyway, here comes the old Cyclones coming back out on the field. Looks like these teams are starting to now trade blows. A perfectly fitting matchup for Tank Conference right here. Or not Tank Conference, Chaos Conference. No, Tank Conference. We do get a little Tank Conference action this week. Stanford, of course, playing Hawaii to end out this week. And you could sort of... I have no idea how that's going to go. Hawaii is actually favored in that game. But if Hawaii knocks out a freaking power conference team... Boy, that's going to look real bad for Tank Conference. That's going to look so bad for the ACC if Stanford somehow loses that game. Here's 1st and 10 for Iowa State now. From the 25-yard line, Rocco Becht in the backfield. He's going to hand it off to Hansen once again. Outside run, no blockers to protect him. Does manage to get close to out of bounds. Good for maybe a yard or 2. Or was that I think that was a Busama. No, that was a Busama, my bad. Not Carson Hansen. They've got that dual running back system. I completely forgot about a Busama. But how can you not forget about him? He's got a total of -3 yards today. Here we go. Cyclones 2nd and 9. Bechtol alone in the backfield. Tight ends moving in motion. Got a man running on the outside. Here he goes. It's Becht going back to pass. Looking. He's going to throw, and it's going to be incomplete. Yeah, not much good protection there. It looked like he was trying to throw a tight end screen, but obviously it flopped miserably because the protection on that was just too bad. They got the camera on Rocco Becht's parents there. He looks like... Who does he look like? I feel like I've seen him before. I don't remember where I've seen him from, but I've seen him somewhere. It'll come to me at some point in time. Anyway, here's Beck back to throw once again, looking for a man downfield. Protection completely destroyed. Fumbles the ball, and it looks to be Kansas State ball. Yes, it is. A strip sack that turns into another turnover for Rocco Beck and Iowa State. Ugly, ugly ball right there, and it looks like the tides have immediately turned in favor of the Wildcats here. They're gonna have this ball inside the 25, actually. So yeah, this could turn disastrously for Iowa State. Really bad protection right there. Just a really well disguised blitz because I mean the offensive line has done some really good jobs. They protected really well in the touchdown play that they had earlier, but for that one, no. Man just completely just went right through there, parted the sea like freaking Moses or whatever, and then, yeah, death. So, yeah, that's another fumble for Iowa State. And now here's a run on the outside. Nothing going there. Iowa State completely destroyed that one. Got in there before anything could happen. Caleb Bacon making the play. Because who doesn't love bacon? Gonna make that a stinger. Rocco Beck isn't gonna have the DJU touch, is he? I don't know. I would say no. That can't happen, but I don't know. I really don't know actually because they are in Ireland. That's something to think about. Here's Johnson, throws over the middle, complete. Trying to man his way for the first down. He's going to be maybe inches short. But he did get it out to number 80, and it's going to be third down. Or was that Garrett? That might have been Garrett Oakley again. Yeah, that was Oakley. My bad. I thought that was number 80. Here we go. 3rd and 1. Inside the 10. Only 1 yard to get into goal. Here it is. It's going to be a push directly up the middle to Jackson. And he might have got it on the second effort. I don't know. I think he did. Nope. Looks like they're going to call him short. All right. They might review that. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Nope. They're just going to go straight up the middle once again. Or at least they should. We'll see. No, don't do some of that dumbass pitch formation thing you did. Don't do any of that. Looks like they're going to bring out the old man ball here on 4th down. Tight ends moving in motion here. And they're going to send it directly up the middle to Jackson once again. And he is short. Completely annihilated at the line at Iowa State with an incredible goal line stand right there. And the Cyclones are going to mitigate the damage from that fumble. Anybody else would have scored there, but not them. Not Kansas State. Welcome to Chaos Conference. Ay, ay, ay. This is awful. Welcome to the Chaos Conference experience, everyone. Should have done a QB sneak or kick the field goal. From that position, it would have been better off doing the QB sneak. I think everybody sort of expected the run up the middle, but they took way too long. On those, you got to hand it off extremely fast. And if you're going to do the thing where you load up the running back 5 yards behind the line and then have him run at full speed, you got to do that with somebody who's got a lot more muscle mass than Joe Jackson. Hey, kitty. Okay. He's taking a nap. He still is taking a nap. I went over to pet him real fast. Look at him. Hey, buddy. You're so cute. Okay. Scooter seems to have adjusted to the camera, everyone. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Oh. Hold on. Does he want to snuggle? I think he wants to snuggle. Hey, buddy. Okay. This is a really inconvenient time for this. I hope you know that. I'm pretty sure he knows that. Sorry, buddy. We'll let him get back to whatever he's doing. Should have taken the points. That's the type of green they talk about in the Bible. I don't know. From fourth and inches, I get trying to do that, but just the play calling up front there just did not seem like the best idea. We'll see if it comes back to bite him, but I don't know. Both of these lines have been playing some really, really good football. If these two teams are playing like this, I can't even imagine how Texas Tech is going to do in this conference. Yeah, I mean, we have yet to see what the Red Raiders can bring to the table. Maybe their offense blasts through both of these D lines, because that's the thing about Texas Tech is they're not they're completely different. They run a different style of offense than either of these two teams. They're not ones to run it in your face or run it on the outside. They're not a running team. They are an air raid, throw the ball down your throat type of team. And if they can abuse that Kansas State secondary or that Iowa State secondary, then yeah, I think they'll run through this conference pretty well. I mean, there's a bunch of other teams we have yet to see, and I mean, you never know what's going to happen. After what Arizona State did last year, we could see friggin' Houston be the team that decides it all. Nobody really knows. Quick pass play over the middle, incomplete. Tried to look for the slant route on the outside, and he was not able to get it off. Or he was able to get it off, but it's incomplete. Thrown way above his head. These quarterback stats really have your head scratching. Rocco Becht, 4 of 8, and then Avery Johnson, 2 of 5. Here's a rollout pass in the end zone. Managed to get it off, and I think he caught it. No, they're going to rule it incomplete. Burkle had his hands on it, took like 3 steps, and then dropped it. If he took one more step, they probably would have called that a fumble. Either way, they won't, and it's going to be 3rd down. So it's another incompletion. Rocco Becht now 4 of 9. None of these quarterbacks so far, they aren't even 500 for complete passes. 3rd and 10. Here's Becht back to throw, and he's going to get it off. It's a dump off screen, and good for maybe 3 yards. Do we rule that as a bubble screen? Do we rule that as a bubble screen? Because I need to know if that counts. Scooter, what are you doing? Come here, Scooter. Get back on the bed, dummy. All right, 4th and 6. So yeah, they're gonna punt again, as you would expect. Not a good drive for Iowa State offensively. A lot of that was contributed to drops, but what else can you do? And thankfully, Dylan Edwards does catch this one, does not fumble it. So Kansas State will get the ball right back. None of these offenses haven't done much other than those 2 big plays. Hey, at least Rocco Becht is 500 on complete passes again. Because that was bad. I mean, that was really bad. Yeah, Rocco Becht, 5 of 10, 58 yards. Avery Johnson, 2 of 5 for 9 yards. Truly the quarterbacks of our time right here. This is the passing stats of all time. So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats here. Johnson, that's a bubble screen. and it's taken down immediately behind the line. The blocking was terrible. That's a Tennessee-ass play if I've ever seen one. Yeah, no matter what, we're calling that a bubble screen. That is absolutely a bubble screen. and it's the bubble screen nature because it went back. I've never seen that bubble screen work other than like the 2 times I have. 2nd and 12, 3 men in the back, including Johnson. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Now he's going to go on the outside. No blocking to protect him, and he's down again. Another loss. And it's going to be 3rd and very long for the Wildcats. This is awful. Third and 13. Here we go. Johnson back to throw all alone in the backfield, and looks like there is a flag. They're probably, yep. False start on Kansas State, which means that is going to be 3rd and 18, which probably means they're just going to throw a screen. Why take any mistakes here? Nobody can score. Nobody can move down the field except on very, very rare plays. You might as well just be better off just waving the white flag and giving them back the football at this rate. What is offense? Not a clue. I couldn't tell you. If you want to go find out about offense, go to Miami. They know how to do it. Only problem is they don't know how to do defense either. Yeah, no, that bubble screen, I hate that shit so much. In order for a bubble screen to work, it actually has to have decent blocking. But more often than not, it never does. Here's Johnson back to throw. Out route. Good for a first down and a little bit more. Got it to Oakley, and that's a good 20-yard gain for Kansas State. That seems to be their leading man right now. He's doing pretty much all the work for him. I guess they called him offsides because that was a lot less than 18 yards to get the first down. Oh, delay of game on the defense. Wow. I bet they're pissed about that one, and I would be too. Seemed like an obvious false start penalty. Here's Johnson. The throw on the outside, and it is fumbled, and he's still able to recover it. Good for maybe 5 or 6 yards. That's, again, another toss play that was dropped, which obviously counts as a fumble, but at least this time he was able to recover it. Nearly got back to the line of scrimmage. Yeah, Kansas State's not able to run their offense fluently because of this rain. Partly because of this rain. Mainly because they can't catch the ball, but partly because of the rain. That's certainly not helping. I say partly because I don't want to hear any excuses about, oh, the rain made us lose the game. No. Here's run up the middle. Joe Jackson fumbles again. Iowa State's got the freaking ball again. We had a good run play finally, but guess what? He freaking fumbles the football, and it's Iowa State ball again. This is awful. It's like watching Arkansas play Arkansas. All these two teams know how to do is fumble the ball. Holy cow, dude. They just keep screwing themselves.
What the hell is even that?
Oh my goodness. Another fumble. None of these teams know how to hold on to the football. You gotta rename it to the Fumble Conference. This is so going to turn into another Ohio State situation where they got to blame the weather. The Rainmakers lose. That's why we lost to Michigan again.
Wow!
All right, who the hell sprayed Pam on all the skill players for both teams? I don't know. That's a good question. Appreciate the 5-0 baits. Good Lord, man. All right, so what's the count up to now? Oh my goodness. Guys, look at it. I got to show you all this. This is insanity right here. Look at this shit. 4 players in Iowa State have fumbled the ball. 4 players on Kansas State have fumbled the ball. It's fumblegeddon. Straight up, it's fumblegeddon. Neither of these two teams know how to hold the freaking ball. Yeah, that's what we're calling it now, fumblegeddon. Welcome to fumblegeddon, everyone. So bad. We're not even at halftime yet, and we have eight total fumbles. This is awful. This is Big 12 football at its finest. You couldn't have constructed a better Big 12 moment than what we've been seeing throughout this entire game. Somebody should tell the farmers that you don't butter corn stalks before you pick them. Ay, ay, ay. Boy, I'd be losing my mind right now if I were any one of these teams' fans. If I was an Iowa State fan or a Kansas State fan, I would be losing my mind right now. Here's back to throw. It's batted in the air and incomplete. Man had his hands on it, but it flew up into the air, and it's another incomplete pass for Rocco Becht into Iowa State. This is built like one of those bowl games you see in early December, where you have two, top 20-something ranked teams battling it out, but neither of them can score, and they keep dropping passes and fumbling the football. That literally is what that's built like. 2nd and 10. It's going to be a handoff on the outside. Got some protection in front of him, and he pushes away for a first down a little bit more. Past the 35-yard line. We've got a scuffle on the sidelines. Got some pushing going on. A little bit of talking. He's surrounded by Iowa State guys. Number 45 getting pushed around like a pinball machine. But the refs come in and they're able to break it up. Yeah, people forget this is a rivalry. Big-time rivalry right here. Even though these two teams keep fumbling the ball, what's Romaine doing? Romaine doing this. What is that supposed to be? Like, you quit yapping? I'm not sure I understand the language from that one, but yeah, got a little bit of the talk right now. Let's see if they can walk the walk, though. 1st and 10. Less than 8 minutes to go in this first half. Here's Beck all alone in the backfield, about to throw. They bring the pressure, able to escape from it, running himself, and then slides down after 8 yards. Good run by Rocco Becht right there. I thought for sure they had his ass. We're also focused on Avery Johnson's ability to run the football, and we forgot Rocco Becht could do a little bit of the same thing. He's not exactly... Rocco Becht isn't exactly a tall dude, so... He's more lanky than he is tall. 2nd and 2, it's going to be a handoff. No, it's play action. He throws over the middle. Got him. Nope, never mind. Don't got him in. Merkel was wide open, but guess what? He dropped it. Or no, that's not Burkle. My bad. His number 87. Burkle's number 84. I got to remember these jersey numbers. But yeah, Tight end wide open over the middle, and incomplete. Flew right off of his hands. What do these guys come from, Georgia? Here's 3rd and 2. Push up the middle, and I don't think he got it. Did not get the line push he wanted. Abu Sama is going to be well short, and my guess is they're going to punt it here. Because it's 4th and 1. You know, there's no reason to put Kansas State on your own side of the field. Never mind, Matt Campbell's going for it. I don't know why I'm surprised. Is anybody surprised by that? I shouldn't be. That is a Matt Campbell moment right there. Here we go, fumble get in. They're gonna first of all they're gonna review it to see if he was short, which we all know he was short. I feel like we all understand that. But they're gonna take us to commercial break anyway. Yeah, so far this is a game. I mean, we sort of expected that to be the case, but it is a hell of a game right now. Yeah, Butterfinger Bowl. Well, what's going to happen is, for sure, no matter what happens, however this game ends, whether it's on a game-winning field goal or one of these teams just suddenly gets their stride and starts blowing the other team out, however it ends, one thing's for sure, whichever team loses is immediately going to go the Ohio State route and blame the rain for it. They're gonna say, oh, well, if the rain wasn't an issue, then we'd be able to catch the football and then we'd win the game. Now, they act like that's not a problem for the other team. It's a problem for them too. You're not the rain doesn't just sprinkle on you and then just keeps. They don't have like rain protection uniforms and rain protection hands. That doesn't happen. It's as much of a problem for Iowa State as it is for Kansas State and vice versa. Hey, now Georgia can catch. They can catch a case better than any other college or university. Yeah. The only thing catching in Georgia is the law. Yeah, nobody likes to catch the ball. No doubt. So check back in on the stats. Yeah, Rocco Becht, 5 of 12, 58 yards. And a whopping majority of that came from that one drive where they scored. Everything else has been nothing but flat duds. Avery Johnson, same sort of issue. He's 4 of 7 for 27 yards. Neither of these teams can get anything going so far. Which is why it would be extremely dumb here if I were Matt Campbell to go for it. Punt the ball. Your defense has been playing so good the entire game with no sign of them shutting down unless you fumble the ball again and piss yourselves and give them the ball. That's the only thing that's allowed these two teams to score is the other team pissing themselves and then giving the ball directly to them in their own goal line, in their own red zone, in their own side of the field even. Like that's the only reason they've been able to score. So it just makes no sense to do anything other than punt the ball. But no, yeah, knowing Matt Campbell, that's not how it's going to go. They're going to try and go for it here. Yeah, total of looks to be a total of 76 yards for Iowa State. Kansas State's actually been doing a pretty good job rushing the ball. They got 90 yards overall, and then Avery Johnson, of course, got that rushing touchdown. But yeah, they reviewed it. He's short as you would expect, and they are going for it. They switch formations, going 5 wide here on 4th and 1. They're lined up in shotgun. It's going to be up the middle for Rocco Becht, and he's able to get it. That's an LSU play call right there. Send the quarterback up the middle on 4th down and hope for the best. Except the blocking on there was actually good and like what you'd expect with LSU. So they were able to get it, and it's going to be 1st down. Here's a handoff up the middle once again. Nowhere to go. And then he's thrown down. Number 8 right there. Great defensive stand. It's going to be 2nd down. It is a positive game for Iowa State, though. They ruled it, at least they ruled it a 1-yard gain thanks to forward progress. So here we go, 2nd down and 9. Almost to midfield. Here's a pass play for Rocco Beck, looking over the middle, slant route complete. 1st down inside the 35, and he's going to be down around the 32. Brommer with the catch. And it is a 1st down and a little bit more for the Cyclones. Finally got some offensive momentum going. I still think it was a stupid idea to go for it on 4th down, but credit to them, they got it, so they're going to keep moving here. Here's another run, this time on the outside, blocking bad there. Completely shut down and pushed behind the line. Abusama shut down there by Romaine. Austin Romaine absolutely flattened that man, and it's going to be another loss. Well, actually, no, it's not a loss. Forward progress, can't forget about it. That's important. Yeah, Iowa State has not been able to rush the ball at all this game. Kansas State's D-line has just been pushing him back every single time. Here goes Beck, back to pass. Good blocking up front. Now he's forced to run out of the pocket. Throws outside, well over his head, incomplete, and now he's 3rd and 9. Tried to look for Townsend, but he threw it well above his head, so far above his head, that you'd have to be at least 8 feet tall to have a chance of even catching that. So it looks like he just threw it away more or less. 3rd and 9 here with 4:23 left to go. Keep in mind Iowa State's got all 3 timeouts. They might use one here. One thing I noticed is that it's not really loud. There's way more Iowa State fans right now than I hear in the stands in Kansas State. Anybody else notice that? Might just be me. 3 receivers out, man moving in motion. Here comes back to throw, looking for a man downfield, trying to pass. It's incomplete. No, incomplete. Look for the slant route, and they're able to knock it out once again. Purnell knocked the ball out, and it is another 4th down for the Cyclones. We're going to give it right back to the Wildcats. So really, that 4th down conversion, all it really did was delay the inevitable. They might be able to get a field goal out of this, though. My guess is they're going to try. What are they at, 32? So, yeah, this is a 49-yard attempt, career long for... No, not a career long. This is Kyle Conradi here. No, I thought they had another field goal kicker, but this is Kyle Conradi. He's going to make this 49-yard attempt. This guy's Evan McPherson. Okay, I take back everything I said. He just missed it. Wide right, straight up the middle, just completely whiffed on that one. I take back everything I said about Kyle Conradi. I said in the preview for Iowa State that he's always a kicker you can count on, and he goes out and proves me wrong on his very first kick of the season. Let me guess, is that the rain's fault too? No, that was just a bad kick. Completely inaccurate. Had the distance. It is a powerful kicker. If that was lined up middle, that would have definitely been good, but it wasn't. So, tough break there for the Cyclones. Kansas State's going to get this ball at the 32-yard line. 3 receivers out for the Wildcats here. Man in the backfield is going to hand it off to him. And he's going to push his way forward for about 4 yards, and they're going to be stuck at the 35-yard line. Yeah, Conradi made the 54-yard field goal to beat Iowa last year. You know, this wasn't even crunch time. We're midway through the 2nd quarter. If he's not able to make that one, uh-oh. But kickers have bad days. They have bad moments. I mean, I could pick out several moments from our kicker last year. Here's Avery Johnson taking a shot, and a good connection right there for... No, incomplete. I thought he might have had it there. Tibbs made a really good effort, though, to grab it, but it's incomplete. Johnson threw... It was in double coverage, too. Yeah, that was a great pass play by Avery Johnson. Just was not able to fit it in there. So it's going to be 3rd and 6. Could be yet another 3 and out. I mean, the worst thing you can do here is fumble the ball, though. So I don't know what you do here. You might as well try and throw it. Here we go. 5 receivers out, lined up in shotgun formation. Johnson, all over the backfield, throws out route. Good for a 1st down to Joe Jackson. Gets about 7 yards on that, and that'll keep the drive going. Yeah, it's going to be tough to protect that 5 wide. It seems both of these teams seem to have been a little bit more successful with the pass than anything else. But Kansas State has been way more successful with the run than Iowa State has. I'll say that much. We'll see if that continues throughout the rest of this game. 2 men on the outside, 3 alone back in the backfield. Here's going to be a run up the middle and nothing going there. No, he gets a second effort out of it. And it's going to be about 5 yards there for Devon Rice. They've got 4 different people running the ball. Joe Jackson, Avery Johnson, Devon Rice. They got J.C. Brown there. Dylan Edwards is somewhere. They've got Dylan Edwards on the sidelines. I don't understand that. Put Dylan Edwards out there. I don't know why do they have him on the sideline. Is he hurt? Outside run? No, it's going to be an option play. Nice little read option, but nothing going there. But there is a flag on the play. Avery Johnson thrown down, no gain for the play, but again, we got a flag. Orange on Iowa State was shoving people around. The flag's probably on him, if I had to guess. Is it unnecessary roughness? No. Offensive holding. So that's going to pick Kansas State a little bit further back. It's on number 69. Ha 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 ha. Funny, hilarious. Yeah, Orange about screwed up there. And then he flopped like that. If that were Ole Miss, if that were Lane Kiffin, he totally would have been sitting there like, oh, my everything hurts. Oh, my foreskin, doing all that. God, Dominique Orange. This dude is just an absolute train of mass. He is. He's one man I'd absolutely not want to mess with. He's probably not about Desmond Watson's size, but close to it. I don't think there's anybody that's going to come up to Desmond Watson's size. I don't think that's ever happening. We got 58 people in here right now. I appreciate all you guys for sticking around here this morning. I usually do all my streams at night, so this is a new one for me. But greatly appreciate all of you guys being in here for the kickoff of the 2025 college football season. We've got plenty more streams to come. This is going to be a huge week for the channel because I've got several videos on the way. I've got 4 videos I'm going to be posting this week. So, yeah, I've got the SEC and Big Ten before the chaos. I've got college football chaos for week 0. And then I've got another video which I'll tell you guys about later on, but it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great week for the channel. You're gonna know about the extra video I'm gonna be making after I post this next one. The SEC before the chaos. I'll tell you guys about the video once that comes out. I'm running through the play-by-play here. Here's how these drives have gone. Fumble, punt, touchdown, fumble, turnover on downs, punt, fumble. and then missed field goal, and then probably another punt. Ay, ay, ay. All the overreactions about this game are so funny because you've got a whole bunch of people right now, people in this comment section no less, already saying that both of these teams suck. They're going to win like 5 games this year. They shouldn't have been ranked ever in the first place. And that's how this was. It's how it's been for every single season. Now, it was warranted last year because we didn't know it at the time, but both of those teams last year were not very good. Georgia Tech was way better than Florida State, but they weren't ranked. They weren't ranked, and they didn't deserve to be by the end of the season. I mean, but yeah, no, this year These are two teams I think are going to be really good, and they're going to show their talent throughout the rest of this season. Or at least I would think so. But both of these teams, if we look back on this at week 4 and, you know, they've already lost 2 or 3 more games by that point, then yeah, maybe they've got some points to make there. But this is week 0. You know what I mean? This is the very start of the season. 2 really good teams playing each other against 2 really, really good defenses. They're going to make some noise in the Big 12. I don't get how people don't realize that. Because they do this exact same thing for everything else as well. When SMU was getting mutilated by Penn State, when Tennessee was getting mutilated by Ohio State in the playoffs, what was the narrative there? Oh, all these teams sucked and he ain't no good. They should have been in the playoffs anyway. It should have been Alabama. Then Alabama goes out and loses to Michigan. So, we're like, chill out with the narratives, basically, is my point with that. But, I don't know. Everybody loves to overreact about these games. And it's going to be 3rd down for Kansas State. They tried to run on the outside, maybe good for about 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 8. And Iowa State's going to take their first of 3 timeouts. We've seen SEC ranked matchups barely score because the defenses are ranked.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it. And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru is rated #1 in safety, higher than any other automotive brand. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get 0.9% APR financing on new Outback models during the Subaru A Lot to Love sales event.
All conferences, which is funny because that wasn't the narrative back when the Big 12 actually did suck. Back in 2018, 2017, when they didn't give a rat's ass about defense and the final scores were 60-50 or whatever it was, the narrative was all these teams are really, really good. They have really, really good offenses. Then they'd play against an SEC caliber team and then die. Here's Avery Johnson all alone in the backfield. Slant route complete. And he didn't fumble. So that's a plus right there. Usually after every big play, they always fumble the ball, but Brown didn't. That's huge news. That's huge for the program. And that's going to keep the drive going. They're going to get past the 50 here inside the 40. Yeah, great pass play to J.C. Brown. Kleeman screaming about something. He's obvious. He's extremely pissed about something. I don't know what. Looks like Shane Beamer out there. They're going to have to hold him back. Hold me back! Hold me back! It's going to be all that again. He's super pissed about something. I'm not sure what. Johnson back to pass. He's going to throw it out route, and he slips before getting maybe like 3 or 4 yards on that play. Got it to Jaron Tibbs. Here's 2nd and 6. 4 receivers out. Johnson back to throw once again. Another out route. Complete for another. Yeah, that's a first down. Got it to Tibbs on the outside once again, and it's good for another first down. 1:16 left to go. Both teams with 2 timeouts. Potentially the final drive of the half. By far, this is Avery Johnson's most successful drive. 4 or 5 for 33 yards. Far more successful than basically every other drive I've seen from him. So here we go. 1st and 10. 4 receivers out. Once again, Johnson all alone in the backfield. Pass play, looking for a man downfield. They're bringing the pressure off the bat, and he just throws it away. That line just completely melted. Like, instantly just got destroyed. That was something you see from Colorado's O-line. They saw everybody went through. Again, I mean, they did bring the blitz, so the line didn't really stand much of a chance. But I don't even... Who was number 75 blocking there? Who was he blocking? Was he blocking the air? And then even worse news, because they actually called that pass interference. They called it pass interference on Kansas State for throwing it to the floor.
Oh, wow!
Little too much contact by the grass there. That's bad stuff. O Bates with the $5 super chat says we can still hear ads, by the way, and it's very loud. Really? Oh gosh, I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't know why. Is it because I picked control audio via OBS? That's weird. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'll see if I can fix it. I might have to turn this off for now.
Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us. With every part you need.
Local
From
file.
brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California. To oil filters for your fleet in Orange County.
Shut up. I'll figure it out later. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why that was happening. Bro, man, fuck ESPN, bro. Straight up, screw ESPN, man. That is messed up. 2nd and 22 for Kansas State. Man back to throw. Avery Johnson throws way over the line, and they're going to call it 3rd and 22. Tried to look for a receiver, but threw way over his head. That was weird. I didn't know. I don't know why it's doing that. And it didn't. It's weird because it didn't do this last year. That's something to point out, is that it didn't do any of this last year. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh the score bug. I'm going to take it from where it began and see if maybe that'll work. Well, after this drives. 3rd and 22. It's a screenplay. That is a bubble screen. And as you would expect, it's behind the line and no good. No good for nothing. So we are going to count that as a bubble screen. Nope.
When flight prices drop.
Shut up! Shut up! I do not care. Screw your flight prices. I don't. And that's the thing. It's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know why the ads are embedded into this thing. I don't know why they keep playing. I don't understand. Ay, ay, ay. And looks like Kansas State is going to just milk the clock, get down to about 9 seconds, and I think they're going to... I don't know why they'd try and kick the field goal. I guess they're just going to take it to half, make it 7-7 overall. Well, that's going on. I'm going to see if I can try and fix this, do anything to fix it. Poor clock management by Matt Campbell. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't take a timeout there. I'm pretty sure he must know what most of us are probably thinking, which is that he's not going to be able to do much of anything because the defenses have been doing so well protecting. All right, so here's what I might be able to do. This punt's taken inside the 5, and looks like that. If I had to imagine, they're just going to take a knee and take it to the half. Low-scoring defensive game here between these two squads, Iowa State and Kansas State. I mean, we sort of all expected that. I don't think there's really anybody who thought this was actually going to turn into a shootout. But, I mean, this is lower scoring than I thought. Rocco Beck, the total of -2 rushing yards. Avery Johnson had that 1 touchdown rush and then not much more after that. In terms of passing, Iowa State has been doing a lot more. In terms of rushing, Kansas State's been doing their usual stuff. But yeah, we're officially going to go into the half 7-7 overall. This is built like an Iowa game, I'll say that much. But these are two really good defenses that are battling it out against each other. And we're going to be built in for a pretty good second half. I know that for a fact. This might come down to the wire. We'll see. I wish I could know what Chris Kleeman was so pissed about. That's what I want to know. Okay, let's see. So I might be able to manipulate. I'm going to try this. Let me find... here. So yeah, I don't know why, because none of this happened last year, by the way. Which is, I don't know why this is happening. So let me go ahead and try this again. It's going to play the ad. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Better idea? Let's go to PetSmart. Check out Hill Science Diet. It's formulated for long, healthier lives. Nice. That's
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm going to work this out. I'm going to see why it's doing that. In the meantime, I mean, this is the perfect time because it's halftime, so... Get Matt Eberflus as head coach for college, especially for Miami. There's no way the Vols are worse than either of these two teams this year, right? Yeah, I want it. I can't confirm or deny that. That's all I can say. I cannot confirm or deny that. Oh, shoot, my drink's all the way back here. This is so odd, though. Let me go ahead and say, this is never, like, this has happened before, but it happened so long ago, and I'm not exactly sure why it's happening again. So, what happens is whenever I put the score bug into this, into the graphics here, you know, it's directly through ESPN. So, ESPN always attaches these embedded advertisements into all of their, you know, all of their browsers. But the issue is that I can't close it, I can't stop it, and it's not attached to the actual ESPN tab that I've got going, so I can't even shut that down either. The only thing I can do is actually just straight up remove it. At least for now, until I can find another way. I tried using control via OBS, and that it meant that I couldn't hear it, but you guys could, and that's also a problem. So I don't know why it's suddenly doing that again, but it seems really, really odd that it's happening. I appreciate you guys sticking around for this. It's good that we're streaming this now because I wanted to figure all this out before the stream begins, or before week 1 begins, because I don't want this to be a lingering problem as we continue through the season. You know, it's week 0. There's only like a couple of games going on tonight. The real action starts next week, and I can't afford to have this problem continue on through the stream. So I'll have to find out an issue while I'm doing that. Out for the rest of the game? Who's out for the rest of the game? Is it Dylan Edwards out for the rest of the game? Can't be. Dylan Edwards. Wow.
Oh, wow!
Austin Blanzit with the Austin Blanzit 9900 with the $5 super chat. Much appreciated, man. He says, big fan of your content, man. Ole Miss fan here. Give me your honest opinion on how you think the Rebels will do this year. How do you feel about Ole Miss fans? Well, about Ole Miss fans, I don't really have a general opinion on Ole Miss fans. I don't hate you guys. Most Ole Miss fans I've interacted with have not been bad people at all. So yeah, I don't feel any sort of negative feelings otherwise, other than Lane Kiffin, of course, but that's natural coming from me. But for Ole Miss as the team this year, I think they've got a lot of potential with Austin Simmons. They've got some great, really good receivers. I think their offense will run pretty good. I'm a little concerned about the line because of the loss of Walter Nolan, the loss of some of their best playmakers up front. But they still do have a pretty good line. Their defense, I think, will take a step forward. Although if y'all go out and lose to Kentucky in Lexington, everything I just said no longer matters. So Carson Hansen's out. Dylan Edwards is out. God, they're already feeling the injury bug, and we just got started. Good Lord. Apparently we got a pick 6 in the FCS game between Incarnate Word and Nichols State. That's hilarious. But yep, you're right. Dylan Edwards is in the locker room. Yeah, no, that's aye. Still, though, I think they've got a lot of other talent that they can use. But, obviously losing Hansen, losing Edwards, those are two tough losses for those teams. But, until they lose one of their quarterbacks, I think, both teams are going to be able to adjust just fine. So here's what I know. I'm looking up the ways to fix this. And from what I can tell, there is a way to mute this. Mute the audio from that score bug. But here's the issue. I can't figure it out. That's the problem. It says you can do it. It just doesn't tell you how. So I don't know why it's not telling me how. I really wish I knew exactly why. But until I figure it out, this is just gonna, I'm gonna be running through this trying to figure out exactly why it's not letting me do anything. Should be able to mute it. No, guess not. Shut up. Squid, have you made a different league soundbite? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
I've had that one for a while. Incarnate Word got hosed by the transfer portal, so not surprised they're struggling. Texas Tech transferred in their all-time leading receiver. Yeah, Texas Tech pretty much took everybody from everywhere. Squidtard, what would happen if Team Full's a butt fumble, just like what happened to Jets in 2012 this college football season? Well, no matter what, if that causes them to lose or anything close to it, then yeah, clown of the week for sure. Other than that, no, there isn't much to go off of. because this entire game has felt like a butt fumble. All they've been doing is fumbling the ball. We've got 8 total recorded fumbles in this game. 8. That is insane to think about. We're through one half of this game, and we have 8 fumbles. Insane. Some of that can be attributed to the weather, but not entirely. Some of that is partly due to the fact that they just cannot hold on to the ball at all. I don't think this is possible, actually, because I'm still looking up the ways to fix this, and I don't know if it's gonna let me. Clown of the season? Well, if you're asking who I think's gonna win Clown of the season, it's probably gonna be North Carolina. That's my pick right now. I think it's either it's a brawl between North Carolina and Auburn. Another one could rise up out of the blue, but that's the two I think that are right now in the front runner for Clown of the season. Are we planning to do a college football chaos for week 0 and week 1 combined? No. This week we're going to have a college football chaos for week 0, and then next week we'll have one for week 1. And it might come out a little bit later than usual, only because everybody else, we've got, week 1 is different from all the other weeks because sometimes we have games that they play on Friday and then we get the rest of the action on Saturday. But week 1, as we all know, is a conglomerate of chaos for 5 straight days. There's games on Thursday, games on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then we have one on Monday, and that's, of course, TCU and North Carolina. So it might be pushed back a little bit because there's so many games on so many different days, but we'll see. I'll probably try and keep tabs on everything, probably edit some, then go back, edit some, script some, edit some. Yeah, that's kind of how I do things with week 1 specifically. Cable and settings, audio. All right, I'm gonna try something here. I'm not sure. I highly doubt this is gonna work, but I'm gonna give it a shot. All right, I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna put this scoreboard back on the screen, and pretty much a couple of seconds after this is back up, it's probably. I've turned on a setting now, and I want you guys to tell me if you can hear a commercial playing while this is going on. All right, here we go. Ready? And go. So now commercial in a very short time.
With BetMGM's easy-to-use point-by-point live betting, any moment on the court is your chance to win. Place your bets between points while you stay close to the action.
So you guys can hear a commercial.
And make any point count. With real-time bets that keep you in the match. BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas, where we know how to treat you right. Download the BetMGM app.
I figured that was going to be the case. GMC commercial. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I've tried to do everything I could to try, fix this, but it is not letting me do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that, you guys. It did not do any of this last year. Even during the basketball and baseball streams, it did. I don't even think I streamed the baseball, but during the basketball streams, it didn't do this either. I don't know why it's suddenly doing it. It must have been some sort of update that they dropped, and now it's a problem. I don't know why it's suddenly doing this. I cannot figure it out. I don't have much time left to find out. If I can't get anything going or can't figure it out, then I'll just I don't know I'll just roll with it no matter what. Let's see. Let's try this. I'm sure I'm gonna hear a commercial in just a second. Yep. Good Lord. Why is it doing that? This is ridiculous. This is pissing me off. Now I'm actually getting mad. I think the only thing that can make this worse is if they play that Cheez-It commercial during one of those ads. Because that's the last thing I need to hear is that shit right now. I think the last thing I could try and do is mute ESPN, but I don't even think I can do that. Because I can't just mute my audio entirely. I mean, I could, but that would, I don't know if that would be the best idea. I guess we'll try that, see what happens. I feel like I've tried just about everything else imaginable, so might as well give this a shot too. The game's about to kick off, so this is basically my final bout. If I can't figure it out from here, I'll just have to roll with it no matter what. OBS browser page. Maybe that might do it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I might turn off OBS entirely, but we'll see. We'll turn off OBS audio. I'll turn off OBS browser audio. That might do it. God, wouldn't that just be nice? Wouldn't that be nice to live in a world like that? Let's find out. That did it. That did it. Guys, I did it. I know my technology. Woo! Perfect timing, too, because the game's right about to kick off again. Let's go.
This I'm living it. This is life, and I'm living it.
Oh, well, that's just great news. You guys can't hear it either, right? That's how it should be, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I shut it down completely. Yeah.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
All right, well, here we go. The game's about to kick off once again. Boop. There's the kickoff, and Kansas State's going to receive this. They're going to run it out past the 10, and not much further than the 20-yard line. Good attempt for a return, but not much more after that. What's going on, Toby? Squidtard just earned the Championship of Light trophy from Butch Jones. Yeah, brick by brick. Hey, you have 5-star hearts. Doesn't matter that we just lost to Vanderbilt as like a two touchdown favorite. What matters is that we had the 5-star hearts to do it with. Yeah, you come to Tennessee and you get paid to be a church pastor. All right, well, here we go, everyone. 1st and 10 for Kansas State at the 19-yard line. Johnson back to pass and batted at the line by a defensive lineman. Great play right there by Ozogu, and that's going to be 2nd and 10 for Kansas State. Well, I'm glad I figured that out. For the longest time, I couldn't figure out why that was doing that, why OBS was running that browser audio directly through. It must have been an update that caused that to happen, because I did install an update right before the stream began, and I'm sure that's what did it. But I'm glad that I've managed to get it fixed right before this stream began. All right, man moving in motion here on 2nd and 10. 3 receivers out to the left. Here's Johnson. It's going to be a rollout pass. He's looking. No, he's going to run this one for himself, and he's going to get maybe, 7 or 8 yards on that play. Good read option there by Avery Johnson. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Lack of bubble screens so far. I'm interested to see what record we hit this season, because I'm gonna be recording that every single week. Specifically for Tennessee, I'm gonna be recording that every single week for how many bubble screens I see. I'm interested to see what the record's gonna be. My guess is gonna be somewhere around 15 bubble screens in a game. I don't know. That might be generous. We'll see. Anyway, here's 3rd and 2 for Kansas State. This is gonna be a handoff. Quick throw to the outside. Probably going to get it due to forward progress. I think he got there. He got pushed down way back, though, and looks like they are going to call him short. And it's going to be 4th and 1 here. And looks like the special teams are coming out, and they're going to go ahead and punt. Good stand right there by the Iowa State defensive front. And, yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to give it right back to Iowa State. In a position like this, that's probably the best thing you can do. Neither of these teams can score. You never know if Iowa State's going to fumble the ball and piss away a drive. You never know what's going to happen. Short punt here. Goes down around the 30... No, goes down around the 42-yard line. So quick drive right there for Kansas State. And looks like the Cyclones will get the ball right back in their possession. Yeah, offensive nothing burger. I mean, what'd you expect? Both these defenses have been playing lights out the entire game, so you can expect just that again. Now's a good time to remind everybody that On3 actually picked both of these teams to make the Big 12 title game. So either either you think both of these teams suck, or you think the defenses are national title level. Pick your poison. 1st and 10 for the Cyclones here around the 42. It's going to be a fake handoff right there. He's going to throw deep. Might have a man. No, incomplete. Push down, and they're not going to throw the flag. That throw was definitely a little bit too short. I mean, good on them for trying to throw the deep bomb, but that's why you don't do that. Because if he turned around, he might have thrown a pick. Yeah, no, it's not. That's not the Iowa approach. That's how you know this ain't Iowa. Because if that were Iowa, there's no such thing as a deep pass in Iowa's playbook. The deepest ball they're throwing is an out route. 2nd and 10 here. Got maybe 4 receivers out. Another play action. Beck trying to throw. They bring the pressure, and down he goes. A huge sack. Another one right there by number 44. This absolute unit of a man right here. Toby Osanami. This dude is an absolute monster. I think is that his 3rd sack of the day? No, that's his 2nd. But this dude has been an absolute monster, just terrorizing this Iowa State offensive front. Part of that is due to the fact that they keep missing their blocks. That's something I noticed. Iowa State's good with protection when they got the running back blocking for them. They just need to keep it that way because the offensive line can't block this guy. So it's 3rd and 1,000,000 here. Back to pass. Osanami almost got him again. He's able to run out. Now he's going to try and scramble for himself and then runs out of bounds, getting back to about the line of scrimmage. So another 3 and out for another Iowa State offensive drive, and it's going to be Kansas State ball once again. Less than 3 minutes through this first half, less than 3 minutes through this second half, and already 2 punts. What a mess. This game has flown by the way. This has not even been 2 hours, you guys. This game started around 12:10. It's not even 2:10. That's absolutely insane to think. This game has flown by. And there we go. No fumble there. Lockett's able to at least catch it. You think they did tailgates here in Ireland? Do you think there were tailgates going on? Anyway, there's a flag. I would have loved to have been there for a Dublin tailgate. Never mind. No foul. Is Scooter still under the bed? What's up, Jim Bob? Jim Bob Scooter. He's under the bed. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Hey, where are you running from? He's camera shy again. He doesn't want to be on camera. Well, one thing's for sure, this is absolutely a defensive brawl. In other news, the Saints are playing and Tyler Shuck's in the game again. Yeah, that's all you need to know about that. That's You think they're producing more offense than either of these two teams? I don't even know the score, but I'm tweeting this out. Offensive production on the level of Fumblegeddon, I bet. And that's what this is. This is Fumblegeddon. Oh, hey, Scooter. Scooter's on the bed now. Look at him. He's a cute little kitty cat. Hey, buddy. What's up? What you doing? You wanna play with the ref ball noodle? Okay. It's a blessing that he even came out from under the bed, so I'll just let him chill there for a bit. What's up, buddy? You're so cute. He wants to snuggle again. Whenever he does this, or hold on, let me go back. Whenever he starts trying to rub up against my hand or whatever, that means he wants to snuggle. Because I'll lay on that bed right now, and he'll get right on top of me, and he'll lay down. But I can't because I'm in the middle of a stream. So he just gets to chill there for a bit. You're cute, though. You sure are. Saints already tanking for next year. Good. Good. Tank for, I mean, either Arch Manning or somebody else. Hell, we can probably get Carson Beck and he'd be better. Imagine not winning a preseason game. Titans have won 2. Well, if you're basing anything off a preseason game, just a reminder, the Cleveland Browns, who went 0-16 that one year, they won all 4 preseason games. So, yeah, no, don't get it twisted. The Titans are still dog shit. Hey, no, you quit chewing on that. Butthole. 1st and 10 now from the 20-something yard line, run up the middle, about maybe a 1-yard gain there by Jackson. Yep. Why haven't you streamed College Football 26 yet? I did, first of all, and secondly, it's just I don't feel like really spending my time playing that game, and I could just be talking to you guys. Plus, it's the season, so. All right, here we go. 2nd and 9, 11-17 to go in this second or third quarter. Here's a good run by Jackson. It's going to be a first down, maybe a little bit more than that. Kansas State has definitely found way more success running the football. A reminder that this is without Dylan Edwards. I don't know how long he's going to be out for. Hopefully it's just for the rest of this game. Because it didn't look like too bad of an injury. I don't think it was an ACL tear or anything like that. Hopefully it wasn't. Really hope it wasn't. But, if he's only out for this game, then, with a guy like him along with everybody else in the backfield, Kansas State's run game is probably going to be really good this year. Anyway, 3 receivers out. This is Johnson all alone in the backfield. Plenty of time to throw. Gets it off. Little dump-off pass complete to Bradley for about, good for a first down and a little bit more. That's about a 15-yard pass play to Gerard Bradley. And, it was first good connection to him all game. Here's another screen play right here. Not quite a bubble screen as it was. It was beyond the line of scrimmage. Got it again to Brown. J.C. Brown gets about 5 or 6 yards on the play. Hey, buddy. About 9 yards, actually. Generous right there. But who am I to know? So 2nd and 1 here. Kansas State seems to be getting some momentum going. They're almost past midfield. Man in motion. It's going to be a handoff. No play action pass. He's going to throw. Got a man open over the middle. Complete. Another first down for Kansas State. Notice the rain is stopped. That's important to note here is that the rain is indeed stopped. Kansas State seems to be playing what seems to be normal weather now. And now they're actually catching footballs again. A nice pass play right there to Oakley. And it is going to be another first down. Avery Johnson 3 for 3 for 39 yards. Probably a record for Avery Johnson in this game. Here's another pass play probably. Looks to be 4 receivers out. Avery Johnson all alone in the pocket. Pass play. Now he's going to take off. And he's taken down before he can get anywhere. Dives for maybe a yard. So, good play by Dominique Orange right there. That man's an absolute monster. He's going to be all over these offenses at some point in due time. I mean, that dude, Dominique Orange, he's so good. Might be a first-round draft pick. I'd imagine he'd be a first-round draft pick at this rate. 2nd and 9. Got some trickery right here. Gives it off. It's a little dump-off play, but they're all over that one. Completely sunk on that one. And it is going to be a loss for the Wildcats. And now it's going to be 3rd and long. This entire thing has just been these two offenses basically testing each other. Nobody really knows what to do. Nobody really knows what to take from it, whether or not this is just 2 really good defenses battling it out or 2 really terrible offenses. Nobody really knows. I think it's the former though. Here's an out route and basically a white flag wave right there. They're just going to take it, give it another punt. But they did get all the way down to 30, so they're probably going to go for the field goal here. Try and get up in this game. After Conradi missed that first field goal, I'm interested to see whether or not the Kansas State goes for it. Or if they, well, I don't think they're going to go for it. No, they are. Kansas State's going for it. Wow. And there's the analytics, of course. 4th and 7 or more kick, but it's 4th and 8. Let's see if the analytics go up against him. Johnson back to pass. Got plenty of time to throw. No pressure on him. Looking for a man. Throws it. Slant route incomplete. Man had it, but of course he dropped it. Bradley drops it. Good pressure right there by Iowa State on the receiver. And another turnover. Another turnover on downs for Kansas State. I don't know. Why in the world would you go for it there? You're a little bit past the 30. You could take a field goal here, go up by 3 in a very defensive slugfest. Why? Why in the world do you not kick the field goal? This is coaching malpractice on another level. Why? Why are they so stupid? Why are these people so dumb? I'm not sure I'll ever understand it. Do they trust the field goal kicker that little? I don't care if it's a true freshman kicking his first ever field goal. You're looking at most a 45-yarder right there. Most kickers on scholarship are going to be able to hit that. It's not like you're asking them to go out and kick a 57-yarder. That's a makeable field goal from that. I don't understand. You scored 7 points the entire game. Just kick the field goal. I don't understand. All these defenses are. I mean, these offenses are playing like they're down by 3 touchdowns. That score right there. You kick the field goal when you're up. Mind-boggling, dude. Boy, Kleeman's going to receive a lot of shit for that if they wound up blowing this game, especially if Iowa State wins this on some sort of game-winning field goal or something. He's going to get a lot of shit for that, and he should, because that is a stupid play call from that angle. I mean, Iowa State was in the similar position, and they sent Conradi out there, and he missed the field goal. If you missed the field goal from that angle, that's at least more respectable than just going for it from 4th and 8. I'm not sure I'll ever understand it, guys. You know damn well that Matt Wells was calling plays, was doing the exact same shit at Texas Tech. Yeah, no, it's stupid. That's incredibly stupid. 45 yards it's not even really a chip shot, but it's a makeable field goal for any kicker on scholarship. Ay, ay, ay. And they did this earlier too. They did this earlier when they were inside their own 40, and they went ahead and it was like 4th and 1. They could have punted, which they had been successfully stopping Iowa State's offense the entire game. They could have punted, but they decided to go for it. Imagine they didn't get that, because they went for it there too. I don't know why Matt Wells and Chris Kleeman are being so overly aggressive. You're tied in a defensive slugfest. Neither of these offenses can get anything going. You're shutting down the run completely. Rocco Purdy's out there running around every single play. 6 of 16. Rocco Beck 6 of 16. He's only completed 6 passes the entire game. They've run for a total of 21 yards. Why are you not just giving it back to the defense, or at least at the bare minimum, just kicking the field goal? It's a winnable situation right there, and you went out and screwed yourselves. Here's Iowa State now, 1st and 10. It's going to be another handoff up the middle. Tries to get some sort of push there. I mean, it is a positive gain. Gets him up to 24 yards rushing total. Oh, goodness gracious. Talking about Lee Corso's final show, College Game Day at Ohio State. Y'all think he's going to pick Texas, or is he going to pick Ohio State? My expectation is that he's going to slide with the crowd, pick Brutus for his final pick of the year, final pick of his career. We'll see. 2nd and 8 now. Cyclones haven't been doing anything running the ball, so they're probably going to try and pass here. Man on the outside. Here's back to throw. Looking. They bring the pressure, but he's able to get it off. Positive gain, spins out, gets a little bit more, and looks good enough for a first down. And it is. The UCF transfer making the catch right there. Green with his first completion of the night, of the day. Forget it's not night. I haven't been outside in years, so I don't really remember. Here we go, 1st and 10. Rocco Beck completed his 7th pass of the day, 7 of 17, now good for him. Here's another handoff, outside run, once again shut down. Gets a little extra push there, but only good for about a yard. And that's been all of their runs this entire game. Have been runs up the middle. All the outside runs have failed miserably. They haven't been able to do anything running the ball wise. And it's really sort of limited how much offensive gain they can get. You can contribute that to their, Kansas State's D-line, which has just been all over it the entire game. But if Iowa State's run game is that bad, they might be in a lot of trouble going into the Big 12 conference play for that the rest of the season. 2nd and 8, once again, expect back to pass here. And that's exactly probably what they'll do. Yes, it is. Tries to get something in trouble, escapes the pressure, is running for himself, and then slips after about 4 or 5 yards there. He had 3 defensive linemen on him, somehow escaped that. That's something you see in the video games. God, they almost had him there. Almost. Good job by Rocco Purdy to get out of there, because that absolutely should have been a sack. And they've already got 4 sacks today. So here we go, 3rd and 4. Are they going to trust the run here, or are they going to try and pass? I imagine they're going to pass. Iowa State's 1 for 8 on 3rd downs, by the way. 1 for 8. Can they go 1 for 9, or they can go 2 for 9? Let's see. 3rd and 4. It looks like they're going to call a timeout. Yes, Iowa State's going to call their first timeout of the game. Interesting choice to use it there of all places, but they might as well find some sort of positive gain after Kansas State screwed themselves by not kicking that damn field goal. I still don't get it. Just kick the field goal. Oh, is that a bubble screen? Does that count? I guess it does. Thank you for reminding me. Let me go ahead. No, I'll leave it like that. If I missed a bubble screen, let me know. He's gonna pick Ohio State no matter the conditions. Yeah, more than likely. I feel like even if Julian Sayin tears his ACL right before the game begins, he's still gonna pick Brutus. Squid, please answer this question. Is it going to be confusing when the Kansas quarterback goes in the NFL because there's going to be a Jaden Daniels and a Jaden Daniels? Well, it's not, because that's not Jalen Daniels. You spelled it wrong, but no, they're not twins. First of all, it won't be confusing because even if Jalen Daniels goes to the NFL, he's not going to be like Jaden Daniels. He's not going to get the first start. I don't think he's going to be a franchise level quarterback like I think Jaden Daniels is going to be. I don't know. We'll see. This game is probably single-handedly tanking college football away from Europe. We thought that about Florida State, Georgia Tech, because that was a defensive slugfest too. Florida State scored on the first drive, got a 2-point conversion, and then did absolutely jack not a diddly doodah squat the entire rest of the game. With apologies to Urinating Tree, the greatest game. Is it? Is it though? Might be. I don't know. Will the Vols beat Florida? I don't even know. I think we have to at this rate. It's year 5 of the Josh Heupel era. I don't care how good people think Florida is, or anybody for that matter. If Heupel wants to convince me, or if anybody wants to convince me that he's a good coach, he's got to win one of those 3 games right there. Because the whole talent fee bullshit is just getting so out of hand. We're now they bumped up the talent fee once again. It was 10% before. Guess what? They bumped it up another friggin' 4%. Now it's a 14% talent fee. So yeah, you're bumping up the amount of money these fans and casual, not even just the casual fans, but the working class. The working class can't even afford to go to a Tennessee game anymore. If we're paying this ridiculous amount of money just for us to pretend and, cosplay as an elite program, you better show me that you can beat one of these elite teams. We got to beat Georgia. We got to beat Bama. We got to beat Florida. You got to shut down one of those streaks this year. Otherwise, Heupel just really isn't the guy that I think he is. I just don't think he's the coach if that's their case. Vols win by 14. I hope so. Shoot, I'd give anything to see Tennessee go out there and beat Florida and Gainesville. But it's been over 20 years since we've done that. It's been over 20 years since we beat Bama in Tuscaloosa. It's been almost a decade since we beat Georgia in general. You got to beat one of those teams. You want to prove to these people that you are an elite program because you're running around calling yourself an everything school. Danny White's over here on Twitter talking about how Tennessee is an elite program. This is the most elite. You're playing for the most elite. Adidas. You switch to Adidas because you want a better deal. You want more money. You want a better program. You're sending emails to every single Tennessee fan and alumni every single week talking about, we need more money so that we can cultivate an elite program. You better show up this year and prove to us that you're actually worthy of the status you're running around talking about how you are. Otherwise, holy shit. Anyway, 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 for the Cyclones here. It is going to be a handoff. And guess what? He is stuffed. Might have gotten there on the second effort, though. Abusama managed to get really, really close. It's going to be 4th and a few inches. So here we go. I wonder if they're actually going to go for it here. Oh, where'd Scooter go? Okay, bye. Scooter went under the bed again. Our most expensive ticket's about $226. You should see the Georgia-Tennessee tickets. Shit's going up to almost $1,000. $1,000 for one ticket. 4th and 1, they are going for it here. Are they going to just run the man ball? Or are they going to try some trickery here? They're inside the 50. Here it is. They are doing some trickery. They're running the man ball with Purdy, and he got it. Good effort right there, and Iowa State's drive will continue. Ballsy decision right there. Again, you aren't that far off from the 50-yard line. A lot of 4th down plays here. Thankfully, that was a conversion, so the drive shall continue. It's only robbery if we don't get what we promised, Goob. If he comes out and shits the bed again like he did in the last 2 years or last 3 years against lower grade teams again, then yeah, it pretty much is. Here's a run. Abu Sama on a second effort gets about maybe 7 or 8 yards. So it'll be 2nd and short coming up. The fact Texas has got all this money to pay give Lamborghinis to all these players, and they aren't, just ripping money from the fans the way that Tennessee's doing it, I got to give them a lot of credit for that. People shit all over Texas for their NIL and stuff, but at least they're not, doing it all to the fans. 2nd and 3, lined up in a bunch formation. Receiver going out on the outside. It's going to be another handoff. Outside run, no blockers in front, but good enough for the first down. Abu Sama finally getting some work done here. Sama the 3rd. Abu Sama. I like that name. Who's calling this game? Neither one of these teams is sniffing the toilet paper the CFP just wiped with. Well, the defense is calling it that too. These are 2 really, really good defenses. Just because the offenses don't look good doesn't mean that the offenses are terrible. They ain't no good. These are 2 really, really good defenses playing against each other. 1st and 10. 3 receivers out. This is going to be an option play. It means Beck's going to take it himself. It was a wildcat play. They had Abu Sama back there taking it. That's funny. That's funny. That's the 2nd time now we've seen the wildcat in this game. And Tennessee never doing that. That's new. Yeah, if you think it's bad here, if you think Iowa State's offense looks ugly here and their defense is playing out of their mind, just wait until you see the Cyhawk game again. Here's Purdy back to pass, and he throws down the field. Oh, one-handed catch. Did he catch it? Oh, no, they called him out of bounds. What a catch. It was a one-handed grab by Burkle right there. Let's see. This is important. No. It was a great catch, but he was bobbling it as he went out, and then his foot I don't know. It's all gonna depend on where the ball was when his foot went down. But I think they're gonna call it. Yeah, they called it incomplete. It's a great pass play though. But here's Beck back to throw again, going deep to the end zone again, and he might have a man down there, and that one might be complete. Yes, it is. Touchdown! They got him again. They got him again deep down the field, and we have another touchdown. Brett Akilston. He got all the way down the field, and another deep touchdown pass for Rocco Purdy. The Iowa State offense is moving forward once again, and it is going to be a touchdown lead for the Cyclones. I told you, Kansas State, that you are going to regret not kicking that field goal, and boy, are you going to regret it now. Great drive right there by Iowa State, though. Kick is up, and it is good. And there you have it. 7-point game here. The Cyclones have retaken the lead here with 1:07 to go in the third quarter.
God save the Queen!
For next stream, I'm going to make sure to have a stinger for when the team scores a touchdown. That's like what the DBs do in the video games right there. The corner had him covered pretty well. He wasn't that far behind. He was up on him the entire time. He could have made a play. He put his hands up in the air, but by the time he did, it was already in his hands. Wow, what I mean that was a really good catch though. A really good catch by Rocco Purdy. The Cyclones are moving in full force right now. Category 5, moving in full force. How's Kansas State going to respond to that? Chris Kleeman's chewing on something. I don't know what. He might be chewing on some crow. A lot of crow if this winds up holding. I don't think that would have been a pick, but he very well could have batted that ball away. He was so worried about the PI, though, and I mean, I get that because any sort of contact with him probably would have forced a flag. But honestly, I feel like that would have been better off. If you force the flag, the worst thing that happens is a 15-yard gain. Right there, I mean, that would have been way, way better off than what just happened. That's the thing. You're better off if you're knowing you're in a situation as a defender, if you're knowing you're in a situation where you can't like intercept the ball or even bat it away. The next best thing you can do is just force a pass interference, because then, you know, they at least don't just score the touchdown. Here's going to be a handoff on the outside to start out this drive. Not much room to go. He is going to get a positive gain. He's shoved down after a 2-yard gain, but there is a flag coming in. And it might be holding. I imagine it's going to be holding, but we'll see. Yep. And there's another hold for Kansas State. That's going to pin him pretty far back here. It's going to be 1st and 20 now for the Wildcats. Llama86, thanks for the 5. He says, EF5, not Cat 5. They're tornadoes, not hurricanes. A cyclone is a hurricane, though. Anyway, throw over the middle. Wide open man right there. Brown is open. It's a 1st down for Kansas State. And it's going to be 2nd down and probably just a few yards. Yeah, no, losing Dylan Edwards, that's like the worst player that you could lose when it comes to getting any sort of positive gain. Johnson back to pass, gets some pressure on him, but he is able to get it off to the tight end, and he catches it, runs for a lot of yardage, good for a 1st down and a whole lot more. And that'll be your end of the third quarter right there. Iowa State 14-7 heading into the final quarter of Farmageddon here, the first game of the College Football 2025 season. Both of these quarterbacks finally seem to be waking up, and we could see a photo finish here as we end out this game, and I certainly hope we do. I feel like that's the best way to end out a game like this, because that's how the game last year ended in Ireland. Georgia Tech and Florida State battling it out, and then Georgia Tech kicks the game-winning field goal to win that game. I hope we get something like that to end out this. Tornadoes were called cyclones in the 19th century. I mean, if I'm wrong on that, then I guess I'm wrong on that. That's not really a stance I'm going to try too hard to defend, but if that's the case, then good for them. No, Edwards is out for the rest of the game. He got sent to the locker room. They're not going to have him for the rest of the game. I don't know the specifics of his injury. It could be worse than what they're saying. It could be better than what they're saying. They're talking about how he could be out for multiple games. And I certainly hope that's not the case. That would absolutely suck. I'm going to check on this just to make sure my audio is running well. I might try and turn the audio up a bit. It just seems a little quiet. I don't know. It might just be me. I don't know. Might just... See, here. All right. We'll leave the game like that for now. I turned it up just a bit because I thought it was a little too quiet. I don't know. I get super, super weird about that. Whenever I see, like when I look on OBS and I see that the audio just looks a little too quiet, I'm like, oh shit. That's concern, because I make the same mistake. It's weird because sometimes when I shut down my computer and then turn it back on again, for whatever reason, the mic volume will just suddenly just get so much louder, and then I have to turn it back down again. I suffer from the same problem whenever I do editing, because more often than not I have to turn up my audio volume when I voice everything and the College Football Chaos stuff. So I don't know. It's really, really weird. I can't figure it out. I don't think I ever will be able to, but whatever. That's a problem for now. We'll figure it out once I get a new mic. When was the last time Tennessee beat Florida, Georgia, and Alabama all in the same season? I think it was 2006? No. 2004. It's 2004. That's what it was. Yeah. Over 20 years. I mean, you can attribute part of that to the fact that Alabama, then later on Georgia, turned into an absolutely massive dynasty. So, I don't know what the hell you can do about that. Even Florida had their years, and then the moment Florida died off, guess what? Bama's a dynasty now. The moment Bama dies off, guess what? Georgia's a dynasty now. They all taking their friggin' turns. Yeah, it's weird like that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pack up on drinks real fast. So as I can get through the rest of this fourth quarter, I'll be back. I have returned. And perfect timing, too, because they're throwing a deep bomb down the field, and that was nearly complete. I came back, and the first thing I see is a big deep bomb floating in the air. Credit to Avery Johnson for actually trying to throw that. But screw you, because I wasn't even back yet. We're in the middle of a Sherwin-Williams commercial, man. Good grief. God, he almost had that, too. Jace Brown, he nearly caught that. Good pass protection right there. The worst thing that could have happened there, it seemed like, was a PI, but no. Out route thrown, good for maybe 8 yards. Tries to go in for the second effort and then shoved down after about an 8-yard gain. So 3rd and short coming up for the Wildcats here. I need a drink desperately. Okay, don't spill it like a dumbass. Leave it like that for now. Here we go. 3rd and 3. 2 receivers out. Lined up in the bunch formation. Here's Avery Johnson. He's going down deep again. Wide open. Jace Brown. Complete bust on the coverage. And Kansas State responds. Touchdown. Kansas State 37-yard reception touchdown. By far the best reception I've seen from them in this game. The offenses are finally awakening at the perfect time too. The climax of the ball game. Both offenses have finally awoken. Hell yeah! Now we got a game. And the extra point is good. So we got a tie ball game now, everybody. 14-all. 14:09 left to go in this ball game, and it is 14-all in Farmageddon. Both offenses have awoken, and we might get overtime. I don't know. It's gonna turn into a photo finish, I bet. Either a game-winning field goal or something else along those lines. Either way, what a hell of a finish this is gonna be. Hell yeah. The chaos has awoken at the climax of the ball game. It's about time the offense started offensing. I was getting real bored. I saw this comment. Hypothetically, any SEC team would be at 21-0 already, and this was 2 hours ago. This is crazy. It's been a little more than 2 hours only, and somehow it's already the 4th quarter. That is actually crazy to think about. But yeah, I don't know what happened there. It's a complete bust on the coverage. We're sitting here watching someone stream their reaction to the first college football game. We are all nerds here. Well, I want you to know, first of all, that I greatly appreciate that. Your support is greatly appreciated here over on Squidtard Sports. Next week is when the real entertainment begins because, A, that's week 1 of the college football season, and then reason number 2 is that you get to watch me crash out over Tennessee blowing dick. That's what everybody's here for, is to watch me crash out over Tennessee being ass, because that's probably getting ready to happen. I don't know. We'll see. But finally, we have some action over here in Fumblegeddon, and we desperately needed it because holy hell, man. I think Fresno State, Kansas could be good. It could be. Definitely not denying that. Because I think Kansas is in desperate need of a rebound after what happened last year. If they melt down again like they did last year, Lance Leipold could be in some trouble. I doubt it. Like in terms of his job, I highly doubt it. But if they have a full-on meltdown, then he could be on the hot seat going into the following year. Because I think the leash for Lance Leipold is so long because of how successful he was his first few years at Kansas. I just doubt he's in any sort of actual huge trouble in terms of his job. There are a couple of teams in the Big 12 you can't say that about. Obviously, Scott Satterfield is one that's right there. Scott Satterfield is one that desperately wants to win that Nebraska game. If they beat Nebraska, then chances are a lot of the narratives around Scott Satterfield immediately get shut down because he needs that desperately. Mike Gundy also needs a big-time rebound, and this is just for the Big 12. You know, there's a lot of other coaches that are in some deep trouble that we'll see in Week 1. Anyway, here's Iowa State returning it from the 5. Got a nice little return right here. Still going past the 25 and then shut down at the 27. I got Kansas winning, but I think Fresno State covers the 13.5. It's possible. Fresno State's not a bad G5 team. That's something to take into account. They're not a bad G5 team. I mentioned it before. I don't think they're on the level of like a Boise State or a UNLV, but they are not a bad team. If Kansas loses to them, yeah, that's going to be bad. And it's not impossible. It's not impossible for Kansas to go out Week 1 and then lose. Or this Week 0 and lose to Fresno State. I think another team that's in huge trouble is Stanford. They're coming in as underdogs on the road at Hawaii, which is absolutely hilarious to think about, that a Power 4 team is an underdog against freaking Hawaii. But here we are. Fumbles a snap off the start, but Beck gets it off, and it's a good out route on the sideline for about 7 yards. Love the IKEA lamp, by the way. That's last I checked, that's not IKEA, but thank you. South Florida, Boise State. I'll probably be live for that one. Here's a run up the middle. Got some broken tackles right there. Abusama getting some stuff going there. It seems like the defenses are crumbling en masse because now Iowa State's running pretty well. Kansas State just had a deep touchdown. I don't know, man. Seems like the offenses are finally getting hot at the right time. We'll see. That's probably Abusama's best rush all game. So here they are now around midfield, 1st and 10. Carson Hansen back in the game, it looks like. So that's huge news for Iowa State. Here's the handoff, play action. Looking for a man down the field. He is going to throw down the field. Oh my, nearly intercepted, but just like their wide receivers, guess what? They can't hold on to the damn football. I don't know where Rocco Becht was throwing that to. It was a triple coverage. Three DBs around that, no receiver in sight. Absolutely should have been an interception, but I mean, literally threw it right to the DB. No reason as a scholarship corner should you drop that, or a safety. Is that the backup safety they have in? Because if that's the backup safety, then that's bad. That's a problem. 2nd and 10. It's going to be a handoff. On the outside, got a block right in front. A big run right here, still going. And it's about a 15-yard gain for Carson Hansen, who's now back in the game. This could spell a lot of trouble for Kansas State. Because I don't know, from what I've seen, Dylan Edwards isn't coming back in this game. So they're down their best offensive man. Iowa State just got back one of theirs. And it seems their offense is running a little bit more fluently. But as we just saw, Kansas State can answer right back. We don't know, but it seems the offenses are getting real hot at the right time here. 12:20 left to go in the ball game. 1st and 10 from what looks to be the 35-yard line. Another draw play to Hansen. Good for maybe 9 yards. Yeah, that's about a 9-yard gain. The Kansas State D-line is having a lot of trouble trying to figure out which running back is taking off at which time. Hell, Rocco Becht might take off one of these times. You never know. Some great play calls right here. I know that for a fact. 2nd and 12. By the way, just want to remind everybody that if Kansas State kicked that field goal, they'd be up by 3 right now. Here we go. Inside the 30 now. 2 yards from the first down marker. And here's another handoff. Up the middle. Good to move the chains in a little bit more. At the 21-yard line now. That's another run right there. Carson Hansen. They're just running the ball down their throats now. This is Michigan? Did they put Michigan out there? Starting to think Michigan is in those pads and not anybody on Iowa State. So here they are now, 1 yard from the red zone. Clock is going down, 11:03 left to go. Three receivers out. Here's Beck. Back to throw again. Looking towards the end zone. Rolls out of the pocket. Trying to find somebody down the field. Throws at the last second. And out of bounds and incomplete. Great coverage right there by the Kansas State defense. And it'll be 2nd and 10. We got some, why is it, can anybody, I can't figure this out. Why is it that the FCS and D2 games are on ESPN and ABC, and then the actual Power 4 teams that are playing, they're on like ESPN Plus and the you know, I don't think the CW is on, thankfully, but CW is playing runs a Bing Bong Theory, the Bing Bong Theory. Abu Sama running the outside, good for about 3 or 4 yards. And it's going to be third and mid for Iowa State coming up. Either way, no matter what happens, this is prime field goal territory. I don't care what position you're in. You absolutely, if it's 4th down, unless it's 4th and inches, you kick that damn field goal. Here we go. 4 receivers out. Man almost jumped off sides for Kansas State. Moving back into formation. 10-13 left. Here we go. On the pass play. Looking towards the end zone. No, it is incomplete. Would have been a first down to Sowell, but of course it falls right off his hands. It's almost like it's still raining or something. But it's going to be 4th and 5, and of course, as they should, they're going to bring out the field goal team. And Michigan and Georgia wide receivers. Kyle Conradi coming back out here. I don't know how he missed the first one, but this is a 34-yard attempt for Kyle Conradi, and it's a right through and good. So Iowa State gets their lead back 17-14 with 10 minutes left to go in this ball game, fellas. Boy, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one, I bet. That's what I'm hoping for. That pass should have been caught. Should have been. I mean, they caught a lucky break earlier because Rocco, again, he threw right to that Kansas State DB. Threw right to him. All the dude had to do was just grab it, and that was an interception, and Kansas State would have gotten the ball right back in their possession. But he dropped it, so while they should have had that catch, they caught a break earlier, so at least they get 3 points out of it. Squid is locked the fuck in right now. Yeah, a little bit. Oh my goodness. Oh, this better be a good message. Read the message. Read the message. Read the message. Read. All right, I'll read it, damn it. You thought Vanderbilt beat Alabama was the biggest upset all the way back to 2003. I hear something Alabama lost in Northern Illinois. What? Yeah, crazy. Stunning even. I hear they lost to Louisiana Monroe too. Squid, what's your go-to food on college football Saturdays? It just sort of depends on what we've got. I think this Saturday, since it's not a football Saturday necessarily, like I'm watching Farmageddon, but nobody else in my family is, so we're just doing what we normally do and ordering pizza. No, I got Chick-fil-A earlier. I ate Chick-fil-A for breakfast, lunch, brunch. So no Chick-fil-A until Monday. Yeah, no, we're probably just gonna get pizza tonight, and then starting next week, that's when we'll rip out the. I don't know. We'll figure out something. Tennessee also. I mean, we play at noon, so I don't know what we'll do for next week. We'll see. It's gonna be fun though because I'm gonna have I'm gonna have the Tennessee game on here. I'm gonna have all the rest of the games that are being played on here. What is the? I want to check. What does the cultural slate look like? Because obviously I know Texas and Ohio State play. That's going to be what everybody's going to be focusing on other than me, what my Vols are playing. What else do we have? Because I want to know what to put on the main screen up there. This is for Saturday. Mississippi State and Southern Miss, Florida Atlantic and Maryland, which Maryland could actually lose that game. I mean, Maryland, no, wait, never mind. It's going to be September. No, they'll be fine. They'll get 4 wins and then fall off the face of the earth, and Mike Locksley will get fired. Northwestern and Tulane, Duquesne and Pitt. Yeah, there ain't nothing. I mean, Toledo, Kentucky starts at 12:45, but that's it. Other than Syracuse, Tennessee, and Texas, Ohio State, the rest of these are just, who gives a shit? I mean, Tulane will probably beat Northwestern, I think, but yeah. And then Toledo and Kentucky obviously play as well. But I don't even know if they might broadcast that one. That would be better for Kentucky fans. So here we go. We're turning this out from the 10. Oof. And throw it up into the air. I did see this. I have no problem with people commenting in the chat. Just know that, I'm in the middle of watching this game. I've got, I've got like 25 different things I'm looking at. I try and look at the chat the most I can. Most of the time I interact with the chats. I try and go through commercial breaks and go back and look. But whenever I'm reacting to the game, I don't really look at the comment section unless I get a super chat. That's just the way it is. But I do try and go back during commercial breaks and check out, see all the comments, because you guys are very important. I want you to know that. Anyway, here's a throw over the middle, incomplete. Had a man wide open again. Guess what? He dropped it. It seems to be a popular thing with Kansas State. They ain't got nobody that can catch the damn ball. Here's 2nd and 10. 4 receivers out for Kansas State. Johnson's going to be a rollout pass. He's going to take it for himself. Past the 20. Got some yardage past the 30. And it is going to be a first down. But there is a flag. And that could hurt them. And that could pin it back. We'll see. Yep. Offensive holding is going to take that all the way back. So now it's going to be 2nd and 20 for Kansas State. They've been getting hit by the ref ball. I know that for a fact. Yeah, but no, obviously that was holding. I'm not going to deny that. But now it's 2nd and 20 from the 10. Deep in their own field. This is going to be a play-action pass. Johnson, time to look. Now he throws, complete. Got an open man, good for about 10 yards and a little bit more. Got it to Tibbs, and it'll be 3rd and about 7, 3rd and 5 maybe. But that was a really good throw right there, because now it sets up for a way more manageable 3rd down here. They might not have to, because if they didn't get that, they'd probably have to wave the white flag on the drive. And there isn't a lot of time left there. We do have an injury though. And this looks to be on the defensive line or linebacker. Looks to be an upper leg injury. Hope he's okay. I didn't catch who that was, but I'll say this: if Dominique Orange goes out in any part of this game or any part of the game in the future for Iowa State, that would be such a huge blow. Because that dude is an absolute monster. And he's been playing like one the entire game. This game is, it's made it abundantly clear which playmakers there are in the defense for both of these teams. Obviously, Dominique Orange is going to be an absolute monster to anyone he plays against. But on Kansas State's side, Toby Osanami, that dude played really well today. And if he plays like that the entire rest of the season, he's going to give a lot of offensive lines trouble. He's going to give so many offensive lines trouble because he's been just absolutely melting this offensive line the entire game. Utah might not be able to score a point on him. That is if he's still healthy at that game. They play Utah all the way in week 13 or week 12. So, you think if it's 4th and inches, does K-State go Dan Campbell mode and go for it? Well, they've been already doing that. Every time I've seen Kansas State in a 4th and 1, 4th and 2, they went for it on 4th and 8. When they had a manageable field goal situation, they went for it on 4th and 8. So, yes, no matter what, unless if it's 4th and 87, they're going for it. Why are we getting Christmas commercials in August? Because what better time to celebrate Christmas than the middle of August? You know what I mean? Think it's bad now, just wait until October. Kind of reminds me of my family during movie night, which we try and hold a movie night every single Sunday. We haven't been on that recently, but my family, we're watching horror movies in August or like at the start of September when Halloween is like 6-7 weeks away. So, you know, you really never know. You really never know, but yeah, that is funny. Mississippi State plays Alcorn State to see Mississippi State. Let's stop. Let's. Like, I get Kentucky losing to Toledo, Mississippi State, you know, losing to like Arizona State. Like, stop. There's no Power 4 team that's losing to low grade FCS teams. Like North Dakota State, they're like, yeah, sure. You know, like teams like that, yeah, I get, but no. Stop. Wow, that is a new rule taken into account. I don't know if you guys heard that or picked that up. Hold on. Here's an out route play. Good for, no, not quite good for a first down. It's going to be 4th and 3. Tried to throw the out route on the outside, and it's shut down immediately. They're probably going to punt, if I had to guess, but they might go for it. I don't know. But what's important, though, is that when a player like that goes down with an injury on a play like that and stops the clock, it counts as a timeout. So Iowa State is now down to 1 timeout. And, oh, my God, they're going for it. Why? You're at your own 30. Why are you... Oh, my gosh. Clayman, what are you doing? This is a pitch on the outside. Oh, I don't know if he got it. That's going to be close. That's going to be so close. Are they going to... Oh, you deserve this, by the way. You deserve this. If it's Iowa State ball, you absolutely deserve it. Dumbass going for it, your own 30. Yep! It's Iowa State ball. You deserve that. You absolutely deserve that. Dumb shit. That is some Brian Kelly ass shit right here. What are you doing? You're at your own 30. Why? So dumb. There's 8 minutes left in this game. It's not like this is your final drive, you freaking dumb smooth brain clowns. Clown of the week. Where's my... Why? There's no reason to go for it. You go for it on 4th and 8 when you can kick a field goal to tie it earlier. Then, now here you are at your own 30, a yard to go. They've been pushing your doo-doo in when it comes to the run game. And you send the quarterback out there on a draw on 4th and 1 at your own 30-yard line. Brains are so smooth tonight. There's more mass in this stupid pool noodle than there is in the brain of freaking Chris Kleeman and Matt Campbell. Oh my goodness, Matt Campbell. What are you... Or not Matt Campbell. My bad. Not... Oh my goodness, dude. What are you doing? Matt Wells, not Matt Campbell. Matt Campbell's and Chris Kleeman are such dumbasses. This is so... They're reviewing it to see if he was short of the line. They might overturn it. But you don't deserve that. You don't. No competent coach goes for it on their own 30-yard line with 8 minutes left to go in the ball game. Oh my goodness. Why? This is some Mario Cristobal ass shit. We got Mario Cristobal out here. Brian Cristobal. I mean, this is pathetic, dude. Coaches get fired over shit like that. Because now you've given Iowa State, if this call stays, because it might not, but if this call stays, you've given Iowa State only 30 yards now to go down the field and take a 2-point. Because they could, now, if they score again, you're down by 2 scores. And your defense has been playing so well the entire game. Let's see what the call is. Yep, he's short. And that should be. He should be. Good. What you dumbasses deserve. You absolute foam brains. What? Why? So stupid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even the people on here are absolutely grilling him for it. And he should. Dumbass play. Why do you do that? Because now, look where Iowa State is, at their own 29. Their own 20. Kansas State now at their own 29. The defense has been playing lights out the entire game. You don't even give them the chance to hold them back again. They're going to get a field goal out of this at least. Oh my goodness, what? That just, it blows my mind. 2nd and 8, here's Beck back to throw. Over the middle, complete. First down inside the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 7-yard line. Good. Good. Kansas State doesn't deserve to win after this. I mean, that was so stupid. Goes to Hansen, and good for maybe a yard. If they're tanking for Arch Manning, CD Price, then oh boy, they've got some bad news coming for him, because I don't think he's going to the NFL this year. He'll probably stay till 26, so they'd just be tanking for nothing. But then again, the tanking is just their natural habitat, so I don't get it. I mean, I'm boggled by that decision. I don't even know if that was a first down or not, but that was so stupid that it doesn't deserve to be a first down. 2nd and goal, lined up in the shotgun. Here's Becht taking it for himself. Got some blockers in front. He's got to score. Iowa State's now up by 2 scores. It's a touchdown for Rocco Becht.
How do you do it? Impossible!
Yeah.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
I mean, like, asking Chris Kleeman to punt.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
I don't understand. Yeah. Chris Kleeman looks like, you know what, he actually does it. He looks like Brian Kelly there on the sideline. Yeah, that's you. That's you. And that's how you should be after some... That was so stupid. I don't understand that call. That was one of the dumbest calls I have ever seen in college football. Like, that was so... Why would you do that? I don't care what type of call you've got whipped up on 4th and 1 at your own 30. You don't do that when you're down, when you're down by 3 at your own 30 with 8 minutes left to go. The defense has been playing great all night long. Let them get another stop. But instead you don't. You let Iowa State go at their own 30-yard line, and guess what? They scored, and now they're up by 2 touchdowns with 6 minutes left to go. Hey. Ding, 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 ding. Knock, knock. Who's there? Ain't nothing. Not a soul in there. Nothing's in here. Not a thing. Moron. Rocco Becht. 10 of 24, by the way. 10 of 24. And I think he got one of those catches. He had 9 total passes. You've been shutting down the run all game long. Rocco Becht has been running for his life the entire game. Instead of punting and giving that to your defense, what you do is now you put your defense in an extremely bad position, and now your offense is in an even worse position. Because now you got to go down the field and score really quick, and then hope you get the ball back again. Twitter is clowning Kleeman. Yeah, that's what he deserves. Clown of the week. I didn't think I'd be giving it to anybody from this game, but that's it right there. Clown of the week. Chris Kleeman and Matt Wells. Unbelievable. Hopefully this is a very valuable learning lesson for Chris Kleeman. And it should be, because that's a fireable offense in for many cases. They're going to throw deep on the wheel route. He's got a man wide open from the 30, the 20, the 10, and oh my goodness, they scored. Okay. Well, there you go. They're alive again. Okay, Chris Kleeman. Chris Kleeman gets clown of the week if that score holds. Not Matt Wells, because that was a great play call right there by Matt Wells. Jerome Bradley, 65-yard reception touchdown, and just like that, the Wildcats are right back in it. I mean, literally, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. But Matt Wells has a great play call right there, so you're ripped off the clown of the week list. Chris Kleeman, you're absolutely still on there because you've got all the time in the world. You got more than 6 minutes to screw this up, so we'll see. That's hilarious. Play number 1, they do the wheel route. I mean, obviously, Iowa State had no idea that was coming. They had a man all the way down, a complete bust on the coverage. I mean, nobody knew who they were covering. Nobody knew who was covering that guy, obviously. Great play call by Matt Wells. I give him credit for that. But, boy, I mean, the fact that they were even in that position in the first place is just insanely mind-boggling. They just won't die. No, Big 12, this is the Conference of Chaos. They don't just get killed off like that. You can't kill them off. No team in the conference gets killed off like that. No. The talent fee came in at the best possible time. Yeah, and now it's up to the defense, which, again, been playing really well all game. So here we go, 3-point game, 6:23 left to go. Like I said, this is potential photo finish right here. Return past the 10. Going to the 20, got some blockers in front, to the 30, and then finally taken down at the 38-yard line. Fantastic punt return right there. Puts Iowa State in some pretty good field position to start this next drive. So what do you do if you're Iowa State here? Do you try and get aggressive and then go down the field and score instantly, put the pressure back on Kansas State? Or do you milk and churn the clock, potentially don't score, and then give Kansas State however much time to go down and score themselves? That's the question. I think if I'm Iowa State, I'm doing option B. I'm milking the clock for however much I can, because I don't want them to get the ball back if I'm Iowa State. And besides, I don't know how effective your offense can be. The momentum's not on your side anymore. Kansas State got it immediately right back after that score, so we'll see. They're bringing the blitz here. No, never mind. It's Becht. Back to pass on the outside. Maybe 2 or 3 yards on that play. It's going to be second down. I mean, this is a great game right here, and it absolutely should be. I'm glad FARMAGGEDON's turning out like this. But after that, after that incredibly stupid 4th down play, I don't see any scenario where Kansas State wins this game. I don't think the football gods are going to allow it because they shouldn't. Second down and 6. Remember, they got 1 timeout left. That's important to note. Only 1 timeout for Iowa State. Kansas State has all 3. Here's a run up the middle. Up the gut, good for a first down, a little bit more. Gets him past midfield onto the 49-yard line. Again, having Chris Hansen back in the game does wonders for Iowa State. So that's something good to come off of. '69 viewers right now in this chat. I'm glad you guys are just as excited to see this photo finish as I am. Because this game, this game was an absolute dud to start the game. Second half has been nothing but electric, so yeah, I'm glad that we finally got some action here. Here we go, 1st and 10. It's going to be another handoff to Hansen. Chris Hansen up the middle, good for 3 or 4 yards. Maybe less than that. Both of these teams have a lot of different options when it comes to any sort of offense, specifically running the ball, because they've got several guys who can run it. They don't just rely on one, they're not like an Ashton Genty. They don't do the Genty ball thing where they just take one running back and then just throw him down, let him do whatever he can. They've got several good running backs that are making some good noise out here. 2nd and 8, 4:17 left to go. They are milking this clock as expected. Here's a pass play for Rocco Purdy. Throws it off to the outside. Maybe good enough for the first down. The effort he put on there pushes it, and it's going to move them chains. Akilson gets it, and that clock is going to continue to milk because he did not go out of bounds. But surprisingly, they are not going to give him the first down. It's going to be 3rd and 1. So they're just going to whip out the man ball here. I don't know. We'll see. I expect that Kansas State's expecting it. But you might as well. What's the harm in it? Remember, you have the momentum. You are the one that's up right now. Worst case scenario, you would kick a field goal. You're at the 40. I've seen Kyle Conradi do some crazy things. They are going for the pass play. Beck outside, a great pass play. Tricked everyone. Looked like they were going to go for the run, but instead they go for the pass. And Burkle gets the reception, and it is a first down for Iowa State. If he wasn't caught from behind, that could have been a touchdown. Oh, boy, yeah. Osanami got cooked there. He's been great all game, but covering the tight end right there, he got cooked. This is definitely Rocco Purdy's best drive so far. 1st and 10 now, Iowa State. Almost to the red zone. It's going to be a handoff outside to Chris Hansen once again. Gets past the line of scrimmage, but not much further than that. Maybe 2 yards. It's sunny outside. There's no way. I must be hearing things. I thought I heard thunder outside. I'm like, the sun's out. How's that work? Well, 2:39 left to go. Kansas State's finally going to use their first timeout of the game. They're going to try because now they know they're in a position where they're trying to get this ball back. They better whip up something good here defensively because now I think they're in a position where if Iowa State scores a touchdown, it's probably GG's. Because they're going to be down by 2 scores, potentially with no timeouts left. The only way literally the only way they win in that scenario would be to get the onside kick and score again. But in a low-scoring defensive slugfest is what we're seeing here. What are the chances of that? But if they hold them to a field goal, force Kyle Conradi to kick a field goal, they can go down the field and win with a touchdown. And of course, the extra point if they make that too. So this is still anyone's game right now. But Kansas State is absolutely on the back foot. By the way, second reminder, just want to let everybody know, if they didn't go for it on 4th down that one time in the red zone and instead chose to kick the field goal, this is a tie ball game right here. But anyway, it's 2nd and 9, 2 receivers out, 1 moving in motion into the middle, bunch formation. It's going to be a handoff on the outside again. Chris Hansen stuffed from behind, and it is going to be 3rd and long. Sounds dirty. Don't pretend I didn't say that. And as you would expect, Kansas State will take their second timeout. They want as much time as they can possibly get when they get this ball back. Or if they get this ball back. Because they've still got another chance here. This isn't fourth down. They've got another chance. 3rd and 10 for Iowa State here. A first down right here would effectively end this game. That's what I think. If they manage to get a first down here, that effectively ends it. Because then they can milk the rest of the clock, kick the field goal, or they can score a touchdown. 5 different Big 12 champions the last 5 seasons. Kansas State won it all the way back in 22. I wonder if that streak will continue. And it could. I mean, if Iowa State wins this game, that puts them as big-time front-runners for the conference. Because this is a huge game for the conference. Pending Iowa State doesn't do something like blow their load again against Kansas, you know, they should be in the Big 12 championship again. And they might be able to win it this time. I have no idea how far Arizona State's going to fall without Cam Skibbity. Here we go, 3rd and 10, 3 receivers out, 1 moving in motion. Here's Beck, back to pass, looking for a man downfield. He's going to run it for himself, tries to get some yardage, gets close, but not close enough to the first down marker. He's going to be about 2 yards short, and we're going to be looking at 4th down, 4th and 2, or 4th and 3 going into this, the final 2:26 of this ball game. And as you would expect, Kansas State is going to go ahead and use their final timeout. Why would they do that? We're 26 seconds away from the 2-minute warning. Just take it to there. I don't know why they're so desperate to use all their timeouts off the bat. Because now I don't know what Iowa State's going to do here. If Matt Campbell decides to go for it here and somehow he gets it, oh boy, Kansas State could be in some deep trouble. There's the dumbass analytics thing telling you if it's 4th and 6 or less to go for it. Ignore that. Dumbass analytics don't matter. So he looks like Iowa State is going to go for it. They're going to try and effectively end this ball game right here. But something to take into account here is if you don't make this, if you don't get it, Kansas State's going to get that ball back with 2:26 left to go, and now all they got to do is kick a field goal, and they'll win the game that way, or they'll take it to overtime with a chance to win the game. So here we go. Cyclones 2 for 2 on 4th downs. Can they make it 3 for 3 to win the ball game? Man moving in motion. 4 receivers out. We got the I formation for Iowa State. Only 3 yards to get. And looks like they are going to take a timeout here. And they might have just been trying to make them jump off sides, but Iowa State is going to take their final timeout. And now both teams are without any timeouts. In other news, the Saints are currently in a battle with the Broncos, and it just got past the third quarter, and guess what? The Saints are losing.
How did he do it? Impossible!
Baffling. Never would have saw that coming. Oh, I didn't get the oh wow sound effect. That's weird. What's going on? Not JFKH. Hey Squid, how you doing? Finished my summer job and caught COVID. Yeah, it's going around. It's going around everywhere. Appreciate the 5 though. All right, here we go. 4th and 3. They are going to remain going for it. Here it is. 2:26 left to go. No timeouts for either team. Man moving in motion. Here's Beck. Back to throw. Looking for a man. He's going to take the screen, and he might have it. Yes, he does. Rolls out and dives for the end zone. I think he's there. Yes, he is! Iowa State touchdown! The Cyclones with a beautiful screen to Chris Hansen. And that might be your ball game.
What the hell is even that? God save the Queen!
Hell yeah. What a play by Chris Hansen. Dives for the end zone. And Iowa State is going to go up by 2 scores with 2 minutes left to go in this ball game. The game isn't over until it reaches 0, but the chances of Kansas State getting a miracle finish have drastically decreased. They might call him short, though. If I'm Kansas State, I want them to score. If I'm Kansas State, I absolutely want... Oh, boy. That might be worse for Kansas State, because I think he's short. Yeah, no, the commentators are saying it as I am. That might be helpful for Kansas State, or for Iowa State, because now they get to milk the rest of this clock and then end the ball game that way. If they call it a touchdown, Kansas State's got 2 minutes left to work with. Yep. Stopped at the 1-yard line. Oh, that's terrible news for Kansas State. Absolutely awful news for the Wildcats right there. They needed those 2 minutes, and they might be lucky to have 18 seconds. Bummer. Bummer. Squid, are you nervous about next week? I mean, there are games I'm way more nervous about, but I'm nervous about every game. I get nervous when Tennessee plays UTEP. Or, like Austin P or, any of these FCS teams that we play. I get nervous about every game we play. I get nervous about games I'm not even involved in, like this one. So here we go, 1st and goal, Iowa State at the 1-yard line. My guess is that they're going to go ahead and try and just milk the rest of this clock. I'm taking a knee. If I am Becht, I'm just taking this knee here. Milk the rest of it. Kansas State's got no timeouts. You can take out a majority of this clock. And, yeah, they're just going to milk it till the 2-minute warning. And then, yeah, that's effectively going to put an end to it. Because now they've got pretty much, what? 2 minutes of clock they can burn just from taking knees. So, yeah, they've got this in the bag. I mean, I said it, and I'll say it again. No doubt Chris Kleeman is probably getting Clown of the Week this week because that was pathetic. I don't care. I mean, I say it's not a guarantee that he is going to get Clown of the Week. I think he should at this rate. If I were to pick a Clown of the Week right now, then yeah, no doubt, absolutely Chris Kleeman's getting it. But we do have a couple of other contenders that we could see. If Stanford goes out and just gets blown out by Hawaii, then maybe they'll probably contend for that spot. But right now, Chris Kleeman is absolutely the front runner, clear front runner. Because you had several opportunities to get points up on the board in a low-scoring defensive brawl. Again, let me make it clear. You kicked that field goal, and this is a tie ball game right now. You do that, but you don't. You go for it. You ended up losing that one. You lost that drive, and then with 8 minutes left to go in the ball game, you go for it again. You do a quarterback draw at your own 30-yard line with 2 minutes left to go with only one timeout. That's so stupid. I mean, I can't believe how can you do something that dumb? I mean, that's like Cristobal level coaching malpractice. Now, I thought I seen it all with Mario Cristobal, but that's close to it. That's definitely close to the dumbest thing I've ever seen. In many situations, I get being aggressive. I get it. If you're at the 40 and you're up or you're tied or you're in a situation like that and it's 4th and short and you want to go for it because your defense is probably going to be able to stop them, then yeah, go for it. But you were at your own 30. Yeah, you were at your own 30-yard line. You haven't been able to run the ball all game long, and now you're trying to run the ball at your own 30-yard line on 4th down with one timeout. That's probably going to be looked at as one of the dumbest play calls in college football this year. I don't care what the rest of the teams are going to do. I don't care what happens the rest of this week, the rest of the weeks following after that. I don't care what Brian Kelly or Mario Cristobal does, or any of these other, coaches who make dumb decisions. That was one of the dumbest decisions we're going to see, and it's probably going to kill off Kansas State's chances of making the Big 12 title this year. Because now you're spotted one game behind because you lost to Iowa State more than likely, and then now you got to play through the rest of these games here. And I didn't even look through Kansas State's schedule and tell you, but now they can probably only afford one more loss, if not only that. They still got to play Arizona at Arizona, Baylor at Baylor, which that one's going to be extremely tough. Utah at Utah, Texas Tech. They still got to play them. TCU. They got to play Colorado. I mean, they're going to blow another one. They're going to blow another game, and they could potentially blow it the exact same way. And looks like they're gonna, looks like they took a knee on first down. They might just go ahead and score just to get the extra funny points. Oh yeah, but shout out to Iowa State for real. I mean, this is a huge win for the program. You put yourself on the map with a game like this. Because Iowa State, these are two programs that have been suffering from very similar problems in their history. Two programs that just historically suck. They're basically the dumpster. They're basically the juice under the dumpster in terms of program history. Nobody cared about them. Now they're both teams are playing in a premier battle in Ireland to start out the season. Iowa State goes out, wins this ball game, puts themselves as front runners and contenders for the Big 12 championship coming up. I mean, Iowa State could win it. They might be able to get into the playoffs. I mean, this is the best run Iowa State has had in program history, and looks to be continuing that way with a win like this one. Because this is another ranked win for the Cyclones. The schedule looks favorable from this point onwards. Iowa State, watch out for the Cyclones because they could run through the Big 12. We'll see, but that'll effectively do it. Congratulations to the Cyclones. Iowa State is going to win the first game of the college football season with a W over Kansas State. A huge win for the program. Absolutely huge for the program. Shout out to Matt Campbell. Shout out to the Iowa State fans if there are any in here watching this right now. This is a huge win for you. This is a huge win for your tenure in the Big 12. And this effectively puts Matt Campbell really, really far up there when it comes to coaches that are going to be getting some emails going into this offseason. I could see Matt Campbell. I could see him upgrading. I don't know. We'll see. Because I think Iowa State is a really good job for him. We'll see. This is his 100th career win, actually. 65th for Iowa State. Bates with the $24.21 super chat. Great game. Many laughs were had. Yeah, no doubt. This was a great game. I'm glad it was a fun game to watch. It wasn't a blowout on any particular side. I think a lot of this game got skewered because of that stupid decision. In fact, you know what? We need to do this. In honors of Chris Kleeman, here is the here's the anthem for Chris Kleeman. Chris Kleeman theme song for today. Kansas State sucks. Now, Kansas fans, don't be laughing. If I were a Kansas fan right now, I would not be laughing at the failures of Kansas State tonight, because remember, you got to play later today. You got to play later today. Now Now we get to see your you get to see your stupid ass come out and try and play against Fresno State. Elo Helm with the $2. Appreciate it, man. He says, gritty for us, Orange man. You say no more. Ooh. 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 We got the HD gritty going on because we got an upgrade on the camera. Ooh. 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 Alright, that's enough of that. Alright. Well, there you have it. Congratulations, Iowa State, man. You received your first win of the college football season. Starting out 1-0. Congratulations. Unfortunately for Kansas State, you start out 0-1. And 100% there needs to be... If I am a Big 12 or Kansas State cameraman or somebody that's going to be in the press box while he's giving his press conference, I am asking him... The first thing I'm asking him is, what the fuck? What was that? That's the first thing I'm asking him is why? Why did you do that? That's absolutely the first thing I'm asking him. And any smart individual would ask the same thing about what went on in his brain the moment he did that. And I guarantee you what actually went on in his brain was like that one scene in Jimmy Neutron where he gets stupid and then it's just... It zooms into his brain, it's just the monkeys and the cymbals. Ding, 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 ding. That's what that was. Because why else would you do that? Going for it at your own 30. I mean, that is going to be looked at as a decision on the level of not taking a knee when you're up with no timeouts left. That's what it's going to be looked at as. It was just such a brain dead play. A brain dead move. And forget the play call. Forget the play call by Matt Wells, whatever with that. That doesn't matter. The call that was made by the offensive coordinator, by Matt Wells, is completely irrelevant because that should have never been called in the first place. That none of that should have been. He was just way too aggressive the entire damn game. I mean, mind-boggling play call right there. I don't get it, dude. It's just so stupid. So stupid. I mean, I just can't believe that. I don't understand. You'll never make me be able to understand a play call like that because it doesn't make sense. I can't understand it. And I don't think I'll ever will be able to because I was just so dumb. So dumb. Squid, I don't know if you saw my comment earlier, but Tyler Shuck is already in mid-season form. Fumble because he couldn't sense the pressure from a third down back either. Great. Awesome. Spectacular. Did Squidtard also lose money? No, thankfully I did not bet on these games. I do not bet on any games because I'm just asking to lose money. I can't afford to bet on these games. That's the first thing, is that I cannot afford to do something like that. To burn money like that. Because I think I did pick Kansas State to win this ball game. But I never would have predicted. I never would have predicted in a million years that Chris Kleeman would have been that overly aggressive. Derek Dooley level play no, that is the opposite of Derek Dooley. Derek Dooley's the type of man, if you're in the red zone, Like if you're close to the red zone, down by 4, he's the type of guy to kick a field goal. No, that's the opposite of Derek Dooley, because Derek Dooley never got aggressive. Chris Kleeman always got aggressive in this game. Did we see him punt on anything short of 4th and 5? I don't think we did. He went for it like every time. Oh yeah, Heupel, 100%. I mean, we've seen Heupel go for it inside of Tennessee territory, so it's not like I'm gonna sit here, and be like, Heupel would never do something stupid like that. Like, like he did, like in the Florida game, he went for it on like a 4th down in his own 20, and I thought it was the stupidest thing I've ever seen when I saw it in person. But the only difference is we got it. We actually got the 1st down, so that no longer counts. He didn't, and that was in the 4th quarter too. We did it all the way back in like the 2nd quarter. So, yeah. No, completely different thing there. Let's see, what else is on this week? Because that was the first game of the season. I don't think anything other than FCS. Yeah. Idaho State and UNLV, they start at 4 o'clock. Fresno State and Kansas, they start at 6:30. Sam Houston and Western Kentucky. Conference USA matchup with a lot of potential there. That starts at 7 o'clock. And then, of course, Stanford and Hawaii, which that did move down, actually. Hawaii was favored by 2.5. Now it just moved down to 1.5. Not really sure why, but oh well. They might be second-guessing themselves. I would be, too. It's Hawaii against a Power 4 team. I don't care how bad they are. Think about that for a minute. That's, like, come on. I mean, that's just... Incarnate Word. What is Incarnate Word doing? Can I even figure that out? Are they even going to let me? They're trying to show an ESPN high school football kickoff, but guess what? That's under the weather delay, so they can't do that. Squidtard, you got us or Syracuse? I got Tennessee winning that. I don't know how, but I'm not going to say it's going to be a blowout because I don't think it is, but I think Tennessee should win that ball game. We're the more talented team. I think that Fran Brown is bringing in a lot more pieces that are going to be unreplaceable. As they lose they lose Kyle McCord. They lose, was it LaShawn Williams was his name? No, I'm thinking of somebody else. But they lose their starting running back. They lose a couple of their key wide receivers. They lose a lot of key pieces that they're going to absolutely be missing out on. All right, well, now I can finally look at this FCS game. And, oh, boy. Nicholas State is up on Incarnate Word 13-6. That's important because Incarnate Word has got a lot of hype this year. Oh, yeah, the Saints are abysmal. No lie about that. Kiffin play calling on that game versus Florida was infuriating. Which game? You're not talking about the one from last year, because I'm glad Florida won that game. Put us back in the playoffs. Kansas State could not stop the run, could not run the ball in the second half. Well, actually, I mean, they didn't even really do all that bad. I mean, Iowa State was definitely way more successful running the ball in the second half than they were the first, but like they had a total of 130 rushing yards throughout the entire game. It wasn't like it was a blow. It wasn't like they just suddenly started running the ball all over them. There we go. Incarnate Word has just scored. So now it's going to be a tie ball game, or maybe it will be. There's a flag on the play. Penn State versus Oregon, I've got Penn State winning that game because they've already called it a whiteout game. It's going to be really, really tough for Oregon to go in there and get that W, especially considering that I do think Penn State's the more talented team. I think they've got a well more prepared quarterback who's going to be playing at home. That's going to be tough for Dante Moore to go in there into a game like that in a whiteout stadium where Penn State is going to be loud as hell. That's going to be extremely tough for Dante Moore. I could see Oregon taking a step back this year. How much of a step back? Not all that sure. They've got a schedule manageable enough to where I think they make the playoffs. I just don't know how, I don't really know how far it's going to get them. But yeah, they just reversed the incarnate word touchdown. Now it's 3rd and 10, and it's intercepted. They just threw a pick too, so that doesn't really help. Yeah, I got pressured as he was throwing it, and now it's intercepted. So Nicholas State's gonna have the ball inside of their own 20. Great job. Boy, we got some great games going on so far. I know that for a fact. The offense was bottled up in the first 3 quarters, more like the first 2.5, because I think close to the end of the second quarter, that's when the offense has really started to heat up. And I guess I'll do this real quick because this is important. I wanted to look at these real fast because I got the stats pulled up here. There's some interesting stuff to take into account from this from this game. I know that for a fact. I mean, first off, before anything else, Rocco Becht actually got back to 50% passing. 14 to 28, 183 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Avery Johnson was 21 of 30. Yeah, Kansas State was really good throwing the ball. They had a lot of great drives that just ended because of Chris Kleeman's dumbass going for it. Carson Hansen only had 71 rushing yards. It wasn't even like Iowa State just suddenly started to run the ball really well. That didn't even really happen. In fact, I mean, they barely even ran the ball better than Kansas State. I mean, I'm glad both offenses finally started heating up at the end of that game, but that was a game that Kansas State very well could have won had they not just done the stupidest coaching decisions you've ever seen. Because they owned the game offensively. They were running better. I mean, most of the time they were running better. They were passing way better than Rocco Becht, Avery Johnson was. They had the game in their control, and they just pissed it away through bad coaching. And I will admit, I mean, obviously, this is a game they could have won without Dylan Edwards. And he was out, he was out throughout the rest of the game. I don't know how long they're going to lose him out for. I don't know if he's going to be out for the rest of the game, if that's just how it's going to be, or if it's going to be where he's out for multiple games. And then in which case, that's really bad. But oh, by the way, only 2 bubble screens were thrown throughout this entire thing. Or at least 2 recorded bubble screens. I don't know if I missed any. I probably did. But at least I only got 2 bubble screens. So that's important to go off of. Good Lord. I don't know how loud I am. Hopefully I sound a lot louder now than I did when the stream started. I'm glad we fixed a lot of those issues because, again, we had those OBS problems in the first half that really screwed things up. But when the game got good, I finally figured out how to make it stop. So hopefully that sticks now, and then we'll be able to avoid that problem throughout the rest of the streams. And I think we should, because I did. I turned down OBS volume on the browser completely, so now there shouldn't be any noise coming from the score bugs. Kent State should just move to FCS. They got grandfathered into FBS back in the 80s and haven't practically any success since moving up. That could come soon. I'd say that's impossible, but again, that happened to Idaho. Because Idaho they couldn't do anything for years and years and years in the FBS, and then they finally said, well, we've had enough, we need to go down a league. Because if you continue to just fail every single year at football, the alternative is that you give up football altogether. Because that's what happens to teams that just suck consistently, that are just so down in the dumps and never get any success whatsoever, is that they eventually just, quit doing football because it's a money loss. They lose a lot of money by doing this. That's the biggest problem, is that they lose a hell of a lot of money by continuously just being ass over and over and over again. So I could see if that continues throughout like 5 more seasons, then I could definitely see eventually talks of Kent State going down to FCS. I still can't believe Iowa State won. Well, I'm not surprised, and they should have won. A decision that dumb is worthy of, in some cases, worthy of getting fired for. So, yeah, they had several chances to sort of get the jump on Iowa State to, you know, correct their issues. They could have kicked the field goal that would have made it a, you know, it would have made it a tie ball game, 24-all, before they, of course, took a knee and then ended it. Now, Iowa State was at the 1-yard line, so more than likely they would have scored. But it would have been a better way to go out than what actually happened. And then just, I'll never understand that fourth down call in your own 30. It just doesn't make sense. There's absolutely nothing. There's nothing you could say or nothing you can do to make that make any sense. There just isn't. That's what Temple should do. Absolutely no success, and they're paying millions to rent out the Eagle stadiums. Yeah, well, Temple has been miles more successful in football than Kent State has, because, you know, like, if every time you win a ball game, you're at least getting some sort of financial gain from it. And then you never know. At some point in the distant future, if you manage to win the conference, then that's a big payoff too. So, you know, there's that to go off of. But again, if you're falling that far apart, then yeah, at some point it might be time to move along and then decide, yeah, we're done here. But I don't know. Purdue got 10-plus wins like 2 years ago. Yeah, back in 21, they I remember they upset two. They upset two like top 2 teams. Iowa was ranked number 2, and then Purdue upset them at home. And then they did the same thing to Michigan State a couple of years later when they were ranked as high as number 2. I remember because they beat Tennessee that year as well. It finished out really good that year, and then of course won in the Music Shitty Bowl. Here's Nicholas State going deep. Oh, touchdown! Oh no, wide open man. They did the triple option on him, and Nicholas State just went up by 2 touchdowns. What a beautiful pass play right there. Incarnate Word in serious trouble right there. But we do have some ref ball. That's important to note. How do you think Oklahoma State is going to do this year? I'm a little lower on them now that they just lost their only good safety, their only scholarship safety, their free safety, because they only had like one free safety that could play. And now they just kicked him off the team. So, yeah, I think Oklahoma State's secondary is in a lot of trouble. If their offense doesn't improve drastically over this season, Mike Gundy could be in search of another job this year. Not saying that that's what's going to happen, but that's what it's leaning towards. Who knows? They could win the Big Ten for all shits and giggles. I mean, that's what happened to Arizona State. They were projected to finish last in the conference, and then they wound up winning the whole damn thing. So what? I mean, really? Well, you never really know what's going to happen. But yeah, that was a fantastic episode of Fumblegeddon right there, because that's what I'm calling it now, because that's exactly what that was. Four fumbles on both teams, eight fumbles recorded throughout that entire experience. That was absolutely Fumblegeddon right there. Somebody said that both of those teams that played today would beat Missouri by 14 points. Missouri catching strays from beyond the Big 12. Joseph Stalin 5 at the 2 says, I predict both Big 12 title teams will have 3 losses. It's not impossible, but I very highly doubt that that's what's going to happen. I think we could see 2 10-2 teams play like we did actually, Iowa State was 9-3, so it's not impossible. Definitely not. I think it's the most likely out of the Power 4 conferences, but I think, we're going to have at least one team that finishes 10-2. There are some schedules that are definitely more favorable as compared to others. So, I mean, if it is, then that would fit right in with the rest of the Big 12, but yeah, that's just the way it goes. I'm so high on Mizzou this year. Drink is a solid coach, and I'm tired of pretending that he's not. Well, I don't think they're making the playoffs because I'm not really high on Bo Perbula. I don't think he's a good quarterback. I think they're going to struggle to pass the ball. But I will say I think their running game is going to improve drastically this year. I am high on Ahmad Hardy. I think he's a really good running back. And he's going to show a lot of potential this year. I'm really, really high on Ahmad Hardy. But I don't think that results in Missouri making the playoffs. Incarnate Word is getting the business. They are. They're absolutely getting the business. Utah is beating Nico's ass week 1. I'm on your side there. I'm 100% rooting for the Utes right there. I will be one of the biggest Utah fans you'll ever know that week. For that game specifically, I will be a huge Ute fan. I mean, I hope y'all beat them by 100. Eli Drinkwitz. What kind of trade is this? It's funny. I was loading up my ESPN. This is weird. ESPN must know me. I must be getting, like, ads that are embedded towards what I view. Because I've seen some funny stuff on, like, the ESPN advertisements. For a while, every time I load up like ESPN scoreboards, I would get like ads for the quintessential quintuplets. No, seriously, like I did. It was funny. But now I got advertisements for like the Elgato camera, the one I just got last night. So that's funny. I don't know if you guys knew it or not, but yes, I am using a brand new camera, a much better camera. The quality of this camera than the one that I had before is like night and day. You can immediately notice whenever I transition to it. See it? Night and day. Not even a question. So yeah, I absolutely love it. What the? I just now noticed this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna point down this camera and y'all are about to see something funny. Like, shit. I think you can see him. You can see my feet. No, there he is. Hey, buddy. Welcome. Welcome back to reality, Scooter. Good to see ya. Sorry, I thought that was funny. Scooter's feet were from, like, they were both out under the bed, but all you could see were his feet. Hey, buddy. Hello. Say hello to the people. Scooter's my best friend, man. Ain't you my best friend? Hey. What's up? What's up with you? What's up with you, Scooter? Come here. He's so cute. Alright, well, you chill out there. You chill out there. You deserved it. What? What is it? What? Okay, hi. Love that cat. Oh, he's so cute. Alright, then. What's up, Milkus Khan? Good to see you in here, buddy. Y'all see Nico taking an $800K pay cut? Yeah, I thought it was absolutely hilarious. That whole saga with Nico almost deserved... I have no idea how he's going to do at UCLA, but I do think he himself is a contender for Clown of the Season. If UCLA has a really bad year and then his dad comes out and makes the whole family look like more of a bunch of dumbasses than they already are, then yeah, they big-time contender. There's a lot of factors that are going to go into that, though. I have to see what North Carolina and Auburn do, what they bring to the table, because they're just as applicable for that spot. But no, I mean, this is there are a lot of potential potential openings for clown of the season. I'll say that much. I won't put too much thought into it. We won't know. We're not going to know until we get to the end of the season, so we'll see how that pans out. A lot of football left to go in this ball game. A lot of football. Second half rushing stats: K-State 16 yards, Iowa State 107 yards. Dylan Edwards' injury didn't help much either. Yeah, no. I mean, Iowa State was looking for their offense to open up, but them losing that game can be contributed to Chris Kleeman doing some of the stupidest. I mean, that was the dumbest play call that I've seen in a very long time. They might. I mean, chances are they still wouldn't have won it had he just punted there instead of gone for it, but it would have put you in a way better spot than it turned out that they ended up. What do you think about Bear Bachmeier starting at BYU? I kind of expected that to be what they started out with. I didn't know if they were going to do it, but either way, it's a big drop-off from Jake Retzloff. So I think BYU is going to take a step back because of that. No, UCLA isn't looked at as a contender this year or anywhere close. That's what put Florida State as clown of the season last year, was because they were looked at as contenders. Their fan base was loud and obnoxious the entire offseason. They were making themselves look even more like dumbasses through the season. And it just ended with them just looking like total clowns throughout the entire season. Thus, clown of the season. So if because that's the thing. If UCLA starts losing a bunch of games, that's not going to be it with Nico. It's not just going to be, oh, well, he's losing. I guess we'll try next. No, it's not going to go out like that. It's going to be something stupid like his dad asked for more money because we're not getting wins. I want more wins, more money. No, we're not going to do that. Okay, then we're going to hit the transfer portal. And then it's going to be something stupid like that because that's how it was at Tennessee. And he got away with it there. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe they've learned their lesson because Nico effectively went from playing $2 million a year for a really prestigious university. He went from that to basically playing for the Guangdong Tigers for a bag of chips. So, yeah, stupid. Auburn needs to fire their AD and head coach. They're going to need a 4+ year rebuild to get their team back in check. Yeah, no. If Hugh Freeze does ass this year like I think he will, then yeah, you're right on the money with that one. Yeah, Colorado retiring Shador's number after going 9-5. Yeah, well, we kind of knew that's what Deion was going to go for anyway. If there's anything there's nothing Deion Sanders loves more than attention. So that's kind of what I expected. I'm sure there was some sort of deal he made with Colorado to where the only way I'm staying is if this happens. So that's exactly how it went down. Because if they're going to do that, if they're going to retire numbers for a 9-5 season or something like that, then yeah. Or 9-4, whatever it was, then yeah. No. Colorado either has one of the worst historical runs in college football, or it's a Deion Sanders thing. And that's what I think it is. I think it's Deion Sanders. Because Iowa State didn't retire anybody for going 11-2. They didn't do anything like that. That was their best season in program history last season. They didn't retire anyone's number. And I don't see him retiring Rocco Becht. Unless Rocco Becht takes him all the way to like the national championship or in the playoffs or something like that, then yeah, I could definitely see him doing that. But not right now. Nico to Kennesaw State. No, Kennesaw State doesn't deserve something like that. Nobody does. Nobody wants to. I don't even know if they would take him. If you're gonna bring the drama along, you might as well bring some talent along too. And he brings neither. He brings a shit ton of drama, but no talent to go along with it. So, the Ireland run seems to be going pretty well. Last year, we had a really good game between Florida State and Georgia Tech. This year, we obviously had FARMAGGEDON, which was really fun to watch. Next year, we've got TCU and North Carolina in Ireland. And then the following year, I think it is Pittsburgh and Wisconsin, which is interesting because that's not a conference game. That's funny. And here we go. And I think everybody should have expected... Oh, okay, now I do agree with that. I think Nico should go to Georgia. That you are right with that one, Squid's evil cousin. That's absolutely right. But here we go with this shit. Kansas State fans are already blaming the refs. Yep, they're already blaming the refs because they didn't get that first down. Yeah, no, the refs are the reason y'all went for it on 4th down at your own 30. Dumbasses. Oh yeah, TCU UNC is not a conference game either. Yeah, that's also important. Yeah, but I didn't remember that it wasn't, so it doesn't count. Fumbled 4 times, went for it on 4th and 3 at their own 30. Yeah, they went forward on a clear field goal type of situation too. But clearly, yeah, no, absolutely, it was ref ball that did that. All the refs, how dare the refs make them do all of that? That's messed up, man. What's wrong with the refs? Oh my goodness. Don't you love college football? If you think the chaos is great now, just wait until we get to week 1. This is only the first game of the season, by the way. Only one game. One game has been played, and already there's this much drama. You gotta love it. You really gotta love it. Well, that is some... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta know. This is important. I gotta look this up to make sure. In fact, I'm looking this up in most recent tweets, so I know for a fact that nobody has said it. Oh, damn it. Somebody said it. Somebody said it. They said the thing. The thing has been said. In fact, it's been said multiple times. But I'll go ahead and highlight this one because, well, somebody said it, and it needs to be exposed. Big 12 football is so bad. Number 17 and number 22 in college football, the Big 12. Both teams must have jet lag. Florida State fans in shambles right now. Incarnate Word is about to lose as 13.5-point favorites. Yep. That one probably... I might cover that one in College Football Chaos. I don't know. We'll see how much time I've got left. Oh, Scooter is asleep on the floor. I hate to pick him up, but I don't want him sleeping there. Hey, buddy, you come here. Yeah. There you go. There you go. You go to sleep on the bed. I don't think he liked that. We'll just keep it on Scooter Cam for a minute. Jet lag way. That's funny. Currently playing college football 26. Virginia Tech Dynasty. We're undefeated. Facing Wake Forest. Undefeated. Limau. What a glitch. Lol. Limau even. Low key, who's the Saints quarterback? No. That's the answer. Please let UCF lose to Jacksonville State. Oh my goodness. The Scott Frost era starting with a loss to Jacksonville State. One without Rich Rod, by the way. I couldn't. You couldn't pay me to be a UCF fan after that one. Should have ran more bubble screens. Yeah, only 2 bubble screens. That's really saying something. Blame your program when y'all go 2. Did this mean Kansas State's going 2-10? Is that what this means? That was 2-10 coaching right there. So I don't know. You're so cute. Hello. If we lose every other game this season, please just let us beat UCF. Shit would feed civilizations. What's with the hatred for UCF? If I'm a Jacksonville State fan, I want to win more games than that. Or at least I think there's more important games to win. Wouldn't that be the smart thing? Kansas State clown of the season. Well, if they go 2-10, they'd certainly be contenders. I'll say that much. I'm so excited for us to play. I ran out of Joe Milton highlights to watch over the offseason. Well, you ran out of Joe Milton highlights 5 minutes through it. There really aren't that many highlights, honestly. Not to throw shade at Joe Milton. He did wonders for Tennessee while he was there, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. I think the ESPN feed might be broken. I can't view it, or really any game for that matter. The Browns just won the preseason game off a game-winning field goal over the Rams. Or was that a replay? Sorry, I don't really care. Who cares? It's preseason. Literally, the only thing more meaningless than NFL preseason is Stanford, Hawaii. That's the only thing more meaningless than that. Texas Tech is either serious or clown of the season. Yeah. I'm leaning more serious. I don't think they're going to go without bumps because they're going to. It's just a thing that just has to happen. They always get bumps in the road. But because it's the Big 12. But no, I think they absolutely are contenders this year. They have just such a talented team that if they do anything short of 9 wins this year, I think they need to go ahead and just fire Joey McGuire. Because that's something you don't come back from. If you take a team as talented as that and you don't do anything more than 9 wins, then yeah, that's bad. That's really, really bad. And that obviously goes to show that your coach just sucks. Obviously, injuries happen. What has already happened to their starting running back, which sucks. Don't get me wrong, but there's so much talent on that team that even with half of that, they're still contenders to win the Big 12. Watching UNLV, I mean, I'm going to watch it, just not on stream. In fact, I'm probably just going to go ahead and wrap it up. Scooter? You're so cute. You going to say bye-bye to the people? You're so cute. Okay. Yeah. He cute. JFKH with the $2 super chat says cat cam. That's absolutely what that is. Yep, Scooter decided he was under the bed for most of the stream while I was yelling over Kansas State doing the dumb shit that they did. He was under the bed for most of it, but he is here. Oh, Nicholas State interception. That'll seal it right there. Nicholas State is going to pull off a massive upset over 4th-ranked Incarnate Word. Generational run by Nicholas State right there. That's a huge win for him. Forget the rest of their schedule. I think they actually play some Power 5 teams. But that's a huge win for Nicholas State. Yeah, they play at Troy. Yeah, they play at Troy next week. Oh, never. I thought Nicholas State. I thought they played like a group of 5, or they play some group of 5 teams. They play at Texas State. I don't think they're winning that one. But no, man, watch out for Nicholas State. Basically, in the FCS, they're going to be trouble. All right then. Well, everybody say bye bye, Scooter. Bye bye, Scooter. Bye bye, buddy. So cute. Okay, guys. Well, that's going to wrap it up for me. Appreciate all of you guys being on. Again, congratulations to the Cyclones. Upgraded from Tropical Storms. Pop-Tart Bowl champions will continue their winning streak as they beat Kansas State to start out the season. Obviously going to do a Cultural Chaos for week 0. Got a lot of other great stuff playing for you guys. I'm going to be working on it all day today and then all day throughout the rest of the week. So appreciate all of you guys being on here tonight. Love each and every one of you. Looking forward to the next time that I meet y'all, whenever that may be. And as always, of course, power to Tardaria, and welcome to the season.